Chat, how the frick are we frickin' doing? I'm not muted, right? Okay. I get PTSD about that because I've done it so many times. Welcome, everybody. We are back on Borderlands 2, on Maya, on Vladof Maya. It's the same hair, I just blew dry it differently. But thank you. Thank you. I do appreciate that. Today, chat, do we dare do Veracitus? Yes. And here's why. Anyone who was here last stream knows that we got a level 6-7 sham, okay? Dominic, welcome. We got a level 6-7 sham, okay? Which is iconic. I think there was not a better time for us to have farmed that, truly. Let me move this a little bit. And now that we have that sham, we are going to go under the map. And we are going to kill Veracitus because theoretically we can do it now. This is our, before anyone complains that we're glitching on this or anything, we have killed Pyro Pete already with a Shock Infinity, and it took 22 minutes with the 2x speed mod. So we're not doing that. We already tried to reflect kill Hyperius. That does not work. Oh my gosh, Angel Days with the 5 gifted. Why does it say we're already at 10? I don't know. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Roykaz, Ozpin, Karik. Karik actually shows up too. And Nisjan, and Retro Rogue. Thank you so much, Angel Days. I do appreciate you with all my heart. Thank you so much for your community generosity. That's not the word I was looking for. Thank you so much. You're at 184 subs, which is like absolutely crazy to me, but I do appreciate it so much. So thank you. What is the optimal strat here, guys? Do you just like... This is so stupid. Is this really what we're gonna do? Also, welcome all of YouTube chat. Rob, Strawberry, well, Strawberry's at work. Rob Robertson, which you would love. Cursory culture. Is this what you're supposed to do? Or am I doing it wrong? This cannot be correct, by the way. How do you do it, man? We really need Seraph Crystals, Irop, because I would like to get a sponge along with the... Oh, here we go. Yeah, you can almost see damage happening. We want to get the sponge and the Lightstorm. Kind of loud. Astolfo, welcome. Also, Mdu, welcome. Gonna be with my GF today, so signing out. Well, thank you so much. You don't have to do that. There's no obligation for you to do that, but I do appreciate it very deeply. So thank you, thank you. Go to gameplay. Yeah, you like this? I think if we had a Firebone, it'd be better. Hello, Vulture. Pretty much ear off. Sorry, it's very loud. I apologize. Eternal Rot, welcome. God, I don't know why, but like, the insides of my mouth hurt. I think that, well, I bit in my cheek the other day. And then I think that I might have like been biting my tongue in my sleep. I had a dream that Lil Gas Mask died at a young age, and I was very sad. Yeah, you see the damage? You see the vision here? I think we need a Fire Topnia. She's tweaking out, sorry. Oh, actually, we have a Fire Topnia. Oh, look at that, baby. Look at that, that's fire. It's all thanks to the 6-7 sham. Quality of life is great. It is great. But otherwise, think about how long we'd just be sitting here. Left click help. I've seen that it's been happening, Cultist, but I haven't been watching it at all. Hashman, welcome. More blue light from the shock dot? Later. Chat, what do you guys think about the Maggie? You know, that's Garnet has started his own Discord server. His mine wasn't good enough, fair. And he's been doing a lot of polls. There's been a lot of controversy recently around the Maggie. And my FPS is just plummeting down, by the way. Let me just reset the game. There we go. No way I just got 20%ed. Okay, chat. Hold on. We're doing a thing. We're just doing this, bro. There's no way we just died doing that method, by the way. I'm in pain. Also, why did we not spawn here? What the frick? That's so lame. Okay. Anyway, there's been some controversy around the Maggie, and low-key, I've kind of always felt this. I feel like I get gaslit by the Maggie, because everyone's like, oh, the Maggie's so good. But then whenever I use it beyond, like, normal mode, I'm like, this thing's not that good. But maybe that's just me. The Maggie situation is insane. Maggie sucks, reloads too often, hurts to use. See, that's how I feel. And having to mash click. Nah, Jinxie's on Tarek. He mainstreamed my character, bro. It's so over. Oh, am I an idiot? I guess you have to jump that. My bad, bro. There is a little bit of zero bias here. Like, I get, you know, saying it's... Because they've been comparing it to the Kerblaster, and I think it's fair to say it's above the Kerblaster, but not by much, and it's so much less convenient to use, man. It's literally just mashing and reloading. Like, mashing left-click and reloading like crazy. It's... I find it very annoying to use. The only benefit I really like about the Maggie is that it's like one of the easiest guns to get in the game, but he's not taking that into consideration at all, you know, because he's just like based off the pure performance. Yeah, the definitive version, my bad, bro. I'm actually a little surprised we hadn't killed ourselves earlier. But I definitely think it's because we used the fire topnia, and then one of the shots took down our shield, and then proceeded to kill us because it was fire. So I guess maybe I just gotta stand a little bit further away. Chat, does it go against the Vladof allegiance if I just like... Well, actually, I already have Vladof damage. And I heard that the difference between that and a bone isn't too crazy. Alright, where is he at? He's over there. Oh, this is optimal. Optimal spot. Yeah, rock solid A is a little questionable. Like, it's not bad, but also I think that is some zero bias. TBH, we're out of ammo. TBH, I think that he should do all of the tests on Axton without, like, steady, in my opinion. I do feel that Zero is capable of swaying everything differently than it normally would be. Art of Force, welcome. We're just doing a little bit of quality of life. Hope you enjoy this. It's this. It's either we set it to 2x speed or we take probably 20 to 25 minutes to kill. Yeah, on Gage, it's decent. Gage players. I'm going to turn down the volume even more. You know, I love Stereo Lotus, but he'll say stuff where he's like, oh, this thing shreds on Gage. And then I'll see the gameplay and I'm like, is the shredding in the room with us, man? Bad Deck Guy, welcome. It is Mr. TXL1. Bad Deck Guy, how are you doing today? I hope you're doing well. Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say no skill points, but I would say like universal things that aren't going to unfairly go for one or the other. Like just a really basic class mod. That's why, in my opinion, I feel like Legendary Soldier, Axton, no steady, no Battlefront is the way to go. Chat, we did it. See, it's so easy, man. All right. Dude, people struggle with this boss. Are you like dead serious right now? Do we have to get down and leave? Or jump off? Three hours of Norfleet farming. Gone 3 Hornets, 1 Sledges, and a Pyrophobia. See, that's why on the, I made the little, like, tier list recently of which guns I felt were best. And I said Pimpernel over Norfleet. And so many people were like, the Norfleet. And it's like, you are never, where are we going? It's like, you are never, ever going to actually get a Norfleet in a playthrough, bro. Unless you are dedicated to it. Also, Hexy, welcome. Yeah, that or the Infinity on Pyro Pete, which is better? Does he respawn immediately? Or do we have to go turn in the quest? Frick, we have to turn in the quest, I think. Let me try. Really, bruh. And it still took my money, by the way. Well, chat, this is what we're going to be doing for the beginning of stream. Because it's all that we can do, really. So what I'm thinking, we get crystals, which will set us up for lead storms throughout the peak and stuff. Then we're also going to use the Shamnia to... Look at these shields. Oh my goodness. I kind of wish in BL2, like, raid bosses would always just drop, like, a ton of purple gear or something like that. We can go turn in the mission now. But... anyway, I'm thinking that we'll probably Shamnia the, like, to unlock the hail, not do the round 5, but get up to round 5, and then we can do it on read only repeatedly. We'll also get to the point, actually the hail, or the kitten's already available, I think, but we'll essentially just unlock everything that we can then perpetually farm, you know? We did out of bounds Veracitous, yeah. But there's no way we could kill him otherwise. Old mattresses and box springs to the dump. Congratulations. I'm gonna just save quit, make sure this is good, and I won't fly back over. I'll actually legally do it. That would have been a good out of bounds spot, or not a good inbound spot. That would have been a good inbound spot for hide and seek, which you're actually right about that. Wait, do we do 25 times enemies Veracitous? Is that what you're asking for, Mimic? That is, honestly not the worst idea you've ever had. Won't lie. Trog, why do you complain about the combat, bro? Oh, wait, you don't complain about the combat in this one. I'm getting it mixed up. Dude, this combat's so... Oh my gosh, this combat's so bad, Trog. What are you on about? Back at it like a crack addict. Let's go. Thank you for the 3 stream streak. I know you've been to many more, but... Chat, I think I bit both sides of my tongue. I feel... Does anyone else have this problem? I feel like my tongue is too big for my mouth. I live in a constant state of trying to figure out where the tongue's supposed to fit in my mouth. Wait, what level is this guy, chat? Oh, that's crazy. Flashfire with the 7 stream streak. Thank you so much. A full week. In fact... You've just been watching every Vladof map. So prior to that, whatever I was doing was not your gig, I guess. 6-7. Let's go, baby. Let's freaking go. Chat, I see it everywhere. And I know it's like a common number, but like I see it everywhere. I think that's what's happening to me, Witchy. Tongue like Sahur. Yeah, that one. Thank you, bro. This is why I read YouTube chats so often, because that's the kind of art you guys drop in there. Yeah, me too, Angel. I thought about gibbing the crystals, but that feels too cheaty. Like, at least here we're actually having to work for it and gear up for it and make it work. And it's just a matter of speeding up the stand still and hold left click. Hold on. Oh, and then we'll probably need to farm some new Lyudas too. So we'll do this. We'll Shamnia the thingy. We'll get some lead storms, and then we'll start our progress towards the XP grind, which I don't know what we're gonna do for that, but we'll make it easy. Also, chat, should we just like try what would happen if we did like 2 times Vora or something? Or would that be too cheaty? 17 crystals, wow. Does Vora drop less than Pete? Also, Clone Mander, welcome.
Stay put.
It's okay, bad deck. I forgive you. Got him. Welcome, Dark Bag Bolts. Chat, I'm dehydrated.
Grow up.
Oh, yeah. Time to do it again. Poll? Yeah, do a poll. Do a poll. Let's see if it even works, you know? If we were to go into our mods, just temporarily, and go to spawn multiplier, and turn it on, and turn it to 2. Let's just see whether or not there would even be 2, you know? I'm sure there will be, but let's test it anyway. I think it'll split out of his body. Let's do 2 times. How about that? 25 times might crash everything. Hello, Croat. Yeah, you like that? Wait. Croat, check this out. Our 1 sham that we plan to farm the entire run. You see something about this? You see something about this or what? Are you seeing that? Sonic the Water, welcome. All raid bosses drop equal amount of crystals. It feels like they're just so inconsistent sometimes. Yeah, we got our 67 sham. You've heard of the 94 sham. Well, how about the 67 sham? All right, so we shoot him at first, and then he'll move somewhere. Okay, where'd he go? Oh, that's 30 FPS. Okay. There he is. Did he move again? What's wrong with this guy? Oh, I guess there's probably 2. This is so epic, chat. He moved again. How come on 2 times he keeps moving? Where is he at? Where are these toes? Whose toes are those? There he is. Dude, he moved! Where's he moving? Did he despawn? What? Chat. Got a fastball and just got a baby maker in my TDR allegiance. Yeah, you give that though, bro. 6-7 shame on a 6-7 Zyron. That's exactly what I'm looking for. Oh my goodness. Paper the Free Tuber. Welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you're doing well today. I hope you had a good stream. Whatever you may have been doing on your stream today, I do hope that it was a good one. We are currently out of the bounds farming Veracitus because otherwise we have no way of getting crystals reliably. Earlier, we used a Shock Infinity on... And by earlier, I mean earlier the other day. We used a Shock Infinity to kill Pyro Pete with 2 times speed set on, and it still took 20 minutes. So... not really viable. We are definitely not opposed to out of the bounds glitching this guy with a level 67 sham, by the way. The rare 0 times multiplier? Yeah, that's where it's at, bro. Erop, you love the 6-7 jokes, okay? Is there a key to set it to 32? Instead of, like, mashing all the buttons till it gets there. Very legitimate, very cool gameplay. Can you make an AI version of yourself, Quabblecop style, and name it Mr. AI67? Yeah, I'll do that. Just scroll up. Seizure warning, by the way, chat. Not bad, bro. Hold on. All right, enjoy your therapy, Mdu. Enjoy your therapy. Thank you for being here. I do appreciate you. Oh, jeez. I moved my mouse a little. So how are you guys doing? Did you guys see that? Because Gas Mask has been having to do a one life, right? For the first subathon goal. And very unfortunate, but he lost his one life. In a way, it's so funny. I said it too. I was like, Gas is not even going to die to an enemy. Can guarantee Gas will not die to an enemy. When we did the co-op one life, he ended up dying by running past a gunloader that just decided to launch him off the cliff full speed. And something very similar happened. Where it was like, wow, I can't believe you just did that. He was farming Hunter Hellquist and was putting on his Singularity Grenade. He had just gotten it from the stash, his Singularity Grenade, so then he could throw it, so then Hunter Hellquist spawns and then drops down immediately. And he proceeded to forget to put it on and hit himself with a Contraband Skyrocket. And then he died and lost the one life. So that's the second one life lost to just, you know. Forge, I need you to stop being so freaky all the time. But it's really honestly unfortunate, but he made it pretty far. But I feel bad for him because he hates one life as is. Alright, let's see. Is there loot of 2 times spawns? I don't think these guys even duplicated. Maybe because I didn't... We'll try setting it to 32 times speed, chat. We'll try. We'll set it to 32, and if we end up crashing or something, we will fly back over. I'm not opposed to doing that. But we'll try it out. I think that I have to actually aggro him to where he moves around the arena. Otherwise, I think it doesn't really apply. So we'll get down there first and then do 25 times. Anyway, it's so funny to me, though. I had said it, too. I was like, I don't think he's going to die to an enemy. To be fair, I had said environment. But I think it's just so funny to me. I feel bad for him again because he really does not like doing one lives. But literally, like, I'm telling you, he's not going to die to any, like, combat encounter. Funvolt, what are you going on about? You're going to get, like, auto, like, red as a bot or something. Yeah, it was a sad one life loss. It was rough. It was so rough, man. In my opinion, he should just play it out and call it a day, but he's a better man than me, so. All right, let us attempt spawn multiplier 25 times. We'll see how this goes. It might be the worst thing ever, or it might not even 25 times Vora, you know? So is he over there? Yeah. In fact, I don't think this is doing 25 times. And they say Axon has good swap speed, bro. Chat, do you guys like this combat or what? I don't think that it's even 25 times spawns right now, not gonna lie. So maybe Vora can't get that. I'm sorry, Dark Pebbles. Are you doing okay? Are things really bad right now? But like, are you good, man? Are you okay? If I was playing Gage, we'd be doing about 15% more. Thank you so much for the gifted sub, Angel Days. 2 Dark Pebbles. Hopefully that helps in some way. And now you drop a Cody Play Boo Boo in the chat, okay? That'll cheer you up. Always. Nobody's freaky right now. Asalfo, just ignore it, okay? Just ignore it. 25 times Vora, but no out of bounds. What a great idea. I'm confused what's even happening right now. This doesn't seem good for my PC. Chat, you know, it sucks so bad dropping to like 16 gigs of RAM because like I can tell that my computer is just so much laggier than it was. And it's really annoying. Do you guys have it where like your computer shouldn't be laggy, but like you'll, even just like navigating Task Manager is like, it feels a little slower than it should be. I experienced that a lot. Severe vertigo triggering for the last 2 weeks. It's annoying as hell. This is probably helping, right? I would imagine. Well, I'm sorry about that. One of my other friends has vertigo, and I know it's very bad for him, too. Shout out almost breaking my entire PC last night. What did you do? Yeah, this is the real gamer way of killing Vora. If you've killed Vora in any other way, you're lying, bro. So, chat, we did it. All right, I don't think that was the loot of 25 times spawns, so I think we can't even cheat like that. Unfortunately. That's what I'm saying, Dark, and I'm like, what on earth is causing this to like be so sluggish right now? It's because I'm using frickin' Windows, man. But I ain't swapping. That is definitely not 25 times the loot. So, unfortunately, as much as we would love to use 25 times spawn multiplier, it does not work for Vora. At least not using the method that we are currently doing. But this isn't horrible, you know? Also, I wouldn't mind if these things actually dropped, like, legendaries. Like, if raid bosses would actually drop things, you know? Considering it's a raid boss. But who am I? What do I know? Oh no, BL3 just runs really bad. BL3 just actually runs bad. Like BL4 runs lower FPS on average, but the like 1% lows of BL3 are horrible. Like BL3 is just known to stutter really bad because it doesn't, I guess it doesn't like save the shaders and stuff, so it has to recompile all the time. Unless you've just played for like a really, really long time. And then it starts running smooth. But that's one of the biggest things that makes me not play the game ever. Like, I cannot stand the stuttering. It's so bad. Yeah, Hatterax Legendary drops were a good idea. It's a little excessive. But honestly, I don't think I'd mind it if other raid bosses also did it. I just don't like that Fight for Sanctuary is like, oh, what's the best world drop farm? Hatterax. It's like, well, what about, is there any other? Like, what about, like, that train thing? And it's like, no, just farm Hatterax, bro. Don't know what I did, TBH. Definitely did something really bad and didn't realize was bad. Probably some Linux thing. Linux is very stable and epic. Yeah, I can tell based off of your experiences with it. Chat, my tongue hurts. I definitely think I was like chewing on it in the night. I was Frenching myself. I was biting my tongue, dreaming about Lil Gas Mask dying at a young age due to too much monster consumption. If I get a Norfleet during the stream, how can I know if it's a good one? Here's the thing. Here's the thing, Puck. You can look at the parts guide. Here's another one. Here's another option. You're using a Norfit, so it's just good, bro. It's good. Unless you get a slag one, and even then it's good, but unless you get a slag one, you got a good one. Genuinely, I think that 99% of the player base would not be able to tell the difference between, like, oh, I got a good Norfleet, and oh, I got the worst Norfleet of all time, because they're just both, like, really good. If the Norfleet was Vladof, believe me, we'd be using it right this second. Why not insta-kill Vora? Do you mean that in the sense of, if we're going to do this, why not insta-kill him anyway? It's because it's a slippery slope, bro. At that point, why do anything? As where this is like, we legitimately farmed for the gear to kill the raid boss. We're just going out of bounds and killing him in a way that we are completely invincible, and he is dead for free, and then also setting the game to 32 times speed. So it's different. Your TV died yesterday? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Hey, at least TVs are like pretty cheap nowadays. Back in my day, like any like 1080p 60 FPS TV that had like the absolute worst like ghosting of all time, they'd be like, yeah, this is $400. Really? Hey, this isn't too bad. How many crystals are items? Is it 120 for crystals needed? Something like that. If anyone knows, drop it in the comments section down below. Just drop it in the VOD. No reason to drop it in chat, TBH. Alright. Let's do it again. I have proven I can do OP10. That one time that I flag habbed to OP10. You know, honestly, if we were doing like a rough, sort of like a rough Vladof, like if we were doing a Vladof-based Maya, based? If we're doing a Vladof-based Maya instead of a Vladof-only Maya, this run would low-key be like the easiest run of all time, okay? Because like for Uranus farming, we could have just had a B shield with the Corrosive Lyuda, and we would have been so goated. I'm not going to lie, chat. Off stream, I was using the B shield. Okay, hear me out. I know that I hate it. Twinks is welcome. Off stream, chat. Don't hate me here. I'm normally against this, but sometimes you gotta indulge, you know what I'm saying? I was running... Don't hate me. I was running a Sandhawk and B Shield, and I was like, wait. This is kind of fun, though. This is low-key kind of fun. I see why people do it. But my problem with it isn't necessarily the existence of the two. My problem with it is the fact that so many people believe that it is the only way to effectively do damage in UBHM, which is blatantly untrue, okay? But, like, if you're just using it because you're a good player and you're like, I want to use this to kill things, that's actually totally fair. Like, I ran Washburn with a Corrosive Sandhawk and a B Shield, and I was like, this is literally, like, just absolute powerhouse. Don't leave, Crow. Don't leave. It's a social experiment. I'm just joking around, unless you agree with me. And I was like, you know what? Maybe I'm wrong. It's the same way that I hate the Grog Nozzle, right? Well, I don't hate the Grog Nozzle, but I dislike the Grog Nozzle because of, like, community consensus about it, where it's like, oh, you need it to play. Someone said that it is a requirement. They said the words requirement on a recent YouTube short I did. I was like, no, you're absolutely crazy. That's just blatantly untrue, right? However, there is no lie that playing Axon with a fastball and Grog is very fun. There's no doubt that playing Flame of the Firehawk, Krieg with a Grog Nozzle and a Deepa is very fun. There is no doubt that drunk stacking on Gauge is very fun. You know? I just hate the reliance on these items by other players. You know what I'm saying? And me to an extent, I guess. Dude, even 2 times speed. This feels like normal speed at this point. Oh my gosh, did I set the game to slow motion or something?
Your moments from death.
Christian, welcome. Oh my goodness. Christian, are you in my Discord? It's okay if you're not. I'm just wondering. That was a genuine question. I was thinking about that today, this morning. Rather stick to older or more dumb TVs than those over-engineered new smart TVs. Yeah, every smart TV I've seen is like, dude, you gotta like get the password to turn on your TV and crap. It's like, okay. And all the ones I've used, like, I don't know, they give the illusion of like being good, but then they just aren't. Chat, part of me, for the longest time, I was like, man, I would never even get an OLED. Like, that's so overkill. But recently I've been like, man, maybe I should get some OLEDs. Honestly, if I still worked at my other job too, so I was like earning more consistent money, I would probably just pull the trigger and do it. But I'm like, yeah, I don't want to, you know, blow the bank on this one. I mean, it would be epic if you did, Christian. I'm always trying to get more people in there, and I'm trying to get more people chatting in there. Our Discord, I mean, I look at everything that gets posted in the Discord, but it's not always the most active. But then it's weird because with the TX Discord, either A, nothing happens, and I think most people can attest to this. Oh, also, Croat, if you're still here, goodbye. Thank you for coming in here. I'm sorry that it's too distracting. But I think most people in the Discord could attest that literally every day in the Discord is either A, nothing happens. Nothing at all happens. Someone posts in like Borderlands 4 chat or something. Or B, like you look in there and it says like 300 new messages. And you're like, what happened? And that's pretty much how it goes in there. Oopsies. Chat, is this fire? This kind of like, we call this the Jolts method. Well, I'm sorry 25 times didn't work, chat. I know you guys voted on it. Dude, am I cooked? I'm running out of ammo. Either the sham's letting me down or I'm not receiving splash. Alright, Christian. Yeah, we genuinely are working on mod applications right now. I've got a few people in mind that I think would be good. That I feel like I could trust to a certain extent. The bad touch, no, the bad touch isn't bad. But I don't know, Europe. Every time that I've used the good or bad touch, I'm always like kind of disappointed by it. I'm always surprised. The majority of the time that I use them, it's in bingo, which is at normal level 80, right? So not OP10 or anything. And even then, I'm pretty disappointed by it most of the time. Hydrate, I got you, bro. I feel like they're really underwhelming. I think that in general, I think when people think of SMGs, they tend to think of Mollywan SMGs, but I kind of feel like Mollywan SMGs aren't that good, and I would say that Mollywan SMGs are the worst of Mollywan weapons. I feel like this game's still so loud, but I don't want to just turn the sound off. Now we just hear Maya grunting. But for instance, like, Mollywan rockets are really good, and they do grenade splash, which is cool. Mollywan pistols are really good, and they do grenade splash as well. Mollywan snipers are really good, and they do bonus weapon splash. And I think that's all the Mollywans other than SMGs. And then SMGs don't get any splash at all, and that's what makes Mollywan weapons so good generally. And you just straight up don't... Oh, jeez. I did it again. And you just straight up do not get any splash damage or anything with SMGs, and so it's just like, it's pretty much just using an elemental, it's just using a basic elemental gun, but I feel like they're really, really underwhelming in my opinion. And the good and bad touch are just that, but they heal you a little bit, and it's like the lowest healing. See, the thing is, and I've heard people say that like SMGs are better than assault rifles because the Moxie weapons, and it's like, you're crazy, because assault rifles heal more percent, right? I think the hail is like 4% or something like that. But on top of that, like Moxie SMGs, good and bad touch, they only heal 2%, so they heal a very, very small amount. But on top of that, they do less base damage. So, you know, let's say that the hail does 200 damage plus an extra splash that makes it 300 versus the SMG doing 100. The SMG is only going to heal 2 damage per shot, as where the hail is going to be healing, what did I say the total number was? 300, and then like 4% of 300 is like 15 or something per shot. I think. Wait, no, is that right? Maybe? Yeah. So, I don't know. I think the good and bad touch are... They're not my favorite, but they're like, I don't know, B tier. They're just... They're alright, you know? There should be a link in... I link on the description of everything. It's the top link, Christian, for my Discord. So, you can go to any video, and I think in this stream it should be there, too, on the description of this. Turn up dialogue, please. I know you want to hear Maya, but calm down. The rare gauge good and bad touch moment. Like, I certainly don't think they're bad, for the record. But they're just, I don't know. I would call them underwhelming. Make every Borderlands YouTuber a mod and peer pressure them to mod in your chat more often so they stop making videos and there's no competition. You're actually really smart, and I'm gonna be hiring you soon. Cultists be using the Discord. And there's no shame in that, bro. In fact, I think that's really epic. Not even Discord command works? Wait, are the commands broken? The commands aren't broken, right? They might be, actually. Let me, oh no. Don't, no, this is just gonna, oh, there we go. It works on YouTube. Oh, wait. I mean, it worked. It's just having issues. I didn't realize 32 times speed makes the advertisements go crazy, by the way. Listen, I know that Nightbot would be more useful in every single way. I just don't want to set it up. Thank you, Christian. Enjoy your time in there. Go chit-chat. What about a fair fight with this goofy-old lizard, Juliet? I think there's a 0% chance we win that. I mean, you would definitely think the strongest character for good and bad touch would be Maya, but I don't know. Even then, they're just, like, decent. I don't know. They're underwhelming to me. And I think it's because they're Molly 1 SMGs. Also, chat, can we talk about that? Assault rifles are better than SMGs. There, I said it. Yeah, I don't know why, I mean, I could try just turning off and on the bot real quick. But I do agree that, like, if I were to just swap to something different, it would be better. Also, keep in mind, look how I'm doing, like, the easiest, cheesiest strat in 32 times speed, and it's still taking a considerable amount of time to kill this guy. Imagine if we were farming for, like, a perfect interfacer. Any thoughts on the Hellfire? That's the spyware guy, right? No, the Hellfire is good, but it's, I don't know. I think even under best case scenario, and I went back and tested because I'd said that, but I wanted to make sure I wasn't, like, just talking out of nowhere. I feel like the Hellfire, under best case scenario, which is on either Axton or Krieg, I feel like, honestly, Axton is better than Krieg for it. Because Krieg is only really good with it if you are able to proc Fuel the Blood or Bloodbath. Granted, it can proc Bloodbath, which is nice, but I would say consistently, it's pretty good on Axton. And even then, under the best circumstances, I would give it an A tier. I would say it's an A tier gun under the best possible circumstances. Oop. Might as well just play with bar on at this point. Like, it's definitely just better than a normal Molly 1 SMG, but, like, it kills things no problem in OP10, but, like, kind of slowly, you know? Oh, let me real quick. Let me check the bot. Let me just try disabling it. Activate cloud bot. Let me turn it off. And now let me turn it back on. It's probably just laggy. I don't know. It does that sometimes. Nightbot won't do that, true. Oh, there we go. Fixed it. Look, see? Someone sent me messages. Hold on. Hold on, chat. Sorry. Sorry, guys. I'm texting someone about some important stuff. I don't have an exclamation point command, by the way. So, is this raid boss easier to kill in a 4-stack? I actually think so. I'm pretty sure that raid bosses don't scale to like their health doesn't scale. I think there are some exceptions. I'm pretty sure like Dexy does, but yeah, you like that, Jim? Level 6-7. And check out the damage on our Topnia. Excuse me. Let me move. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Please. Hello? All right. How many crystals do we need? Does anyone know? Is it 120? This is certainly a strategy of all time. And then we can get permanent sponges, which will be pretty good. Did he move? No clue. Actually, wait. Yeah, with Nightbot, is exclamation point command just like a command that pre-exists? Is that a thing? So like with this bot, does it just not do that? Bruh. I'm failing to do the glitch kill right now. That's how it's going. I think the like location I'm standing is making me not absorb rockets or something. There we go. You found my command page though? What the frick? Dude, what is going on? Why am I not regenning ammo? Not only am I not regenning ammo, I just used all of my AR ammo. So I have to like make sure I'm actually in a spot where I'm getting ammo back. Right there? Does that hit him? That doesn't hit me though. I mean, if this promises not to kill me, then... But we might run... We're genuinely going to run out of ammo. Unless the Topnia has, like, some crazy clutch right now. Oh, boy. I think we just reset this one for more ammo. I'm trolling. I'm trolling so hard. And there's no hold... Chat, we're going to do a little thing called quality of life. Don't know if you've ever heard of it. Here, I don't know if this is going to break it, though, so let me just, like, die to him real quick. Yep, okay. Well, that's interesting. Okay. Let's rebuy everything. I don't know if he'll respawn or not. Okay, he respawned. Webcam was blocking the damage number. Oh, well, it does 67,000 or 670,000. One of those. 120 for normal items and 50 for relics. Okay. So 120 is all we need. What? People have points? What does that even mean? Is that like how much you've like been in the stream? What the heck? I didn't even know that was a thing. Congrats on the points. Okay. So I think right here is kind of optimal. Am I crazy or does my recoil get like significant reduction when I go 32 times? Also, No audio because I'm tabbing out for something. Swap to the fire. Why is it not tabbing in? Swap to the fire top Nia. There we go. Wait, this is crazy. Because I can just do this and then I can tab out chat. This is great. Exclamation point leaderboard. I have 6,626 points. I feel like that's kind of low. Well, yeah, I know it's different from Twitch points, but is that just like how much you've like watched, I guess? 1969, shout out. Goodbye, Irop. I'll be done soon enough. Soon enough. I'm the top points, by the way. That I don't think any of that can be right, right? Why did it show it top hours? Dagger, is it true you have 476 hours watched? Killjoy, is it true you have 291 hours watched? Low-key, I think Saint got all of those numbers watching the Halloween event, by the way. Oh, I'm not shooting at him anymore. It's fine. My stream made you incredibly ill. Did it rot you? I'm sorry. Dagger, is that true? Do you just like hang out and just like never chat? Is that what's up? I'm an idiot, bro. Oh my gosh, I broke the game. I'm so bad. I'm failing to do I'm failing to do the Vora glitch kill, by the way. That's like the 4th time that I've accidentally killed myself.
Grenade out.
Okay, sorry, I just have to, or wait, I'll get in the spot and then I just gotta send someone one other message. I apologize. Something kind of important though. Anyway, Dagger, do you just like, are you like with a #1 lurker, bro? Because I feel like I see you actually show up like once every bunch of streams, but that's what's weird. Like, I don't know. I always talk about like, oh, the VOD watchers. I literally don't know any VOD watchers, but then recently it's come to my attention that there are like a few people that actually watch all the VODs, and I'm kind of blown away by that. Chat, is this fire, by the way? I think this is pretty legit. All right, so now I tab out. Let me just send a message. Oh my goodness, Toasty Waffles, welcome. I'm sorry, Rot. Oh, let's swap fire. Chat, this is epic. Hydrate, I got you, bro. Great background noise. Yeah, I feel like I wouldn't watch my own VODs legitimately, but I'd throw them on in the back. Hit it from the back. Died cheesing Vora, don't HMU. Sorry, Trog. You're a better player than me, okay? Yeah, Tosi, you sort of instilled it. What's that? What is it, like Schrodinger's bell or whatever? The thing with like the dog where you can like teach a dog that a bell means a certain thing. Pretty much anytime you show up, I just like naturally take a drink. Also, I go back to my old VODs and I'm like, why did no one tell me that my mic is like so quiet? I think it's set up now where it's like more reasonable, but like, and especially during Wonderlands, almost every Wonderlands VOD, first of all, it's unwatchable with the bitrate because that game has so much visual pollution, it's so bad to stream, but the bitrate's horrible. And then on top of that, like, I'm so much quieter than the game and than Lil Gas Mask. You guys ever heard of that guy, Lil Gas Mask? The guy I dreamt about? Hyperion's dropped a purple OP10 Anarchist with a Vladof grip. You want it? Oh man, it's hard to pass up. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to pass it up. You know what else is gonna be a good farm too? We can farm infinite Vladof Anarchists. I think once we get to that point, we probably will stash farm it. I don't know though. Literally, think about if we wanted to legitimately farm a specific interfacer. This is how long it's taking with the glitch method, which is like relatively quick, all things considered, and very safe. And we've not even gotten so much as an element on our interfacers so far. But hey, we got bladed Hyperion grip, so fire, bro. Chat, if anyone's clocked out of the stream because we're just sitting here farming Vora for an hour, like, I totally respect that. You've died cheesing Vora and Pimper having at the same time? All right. Yeah. It's fair. It's fair. I mean, we've all failed to do basic things. I mean, gas loss is 1 life to a wall, so... Chill guy. There's some pretty cool challenges. A little easy, in my opinion. A little bit easy on the challenges. Well, maybe you just got to get him back today, Trog. We need to do more gambas. So what is the plan today? So we finished this. Then we Shamnia the... we do this, then we Shamnia the thing for the hail. Then we do what? Then we XP farm? Then we get more Topnias, I guess? We unlock it so we can get the hail at any point, and then we just, like, have to redo the whole mission every time we want one. Then we get maybe Topnia and XP farm something. I don't know what we're going to XP farm, though. I mean, we'll do something 25 times. Actually, let's just do the beatdown barbell. 25 times spawns. Like... When will you add redeems for Discord roles? You know, I was thinking about that, but like, what roles would it be? Just like you get displayed separately in the Discord? And then there's a 50-50 chance that that day, a lot of people will be on and look at your role, and there's also a 50% chance that nobody will be on that whole day and you wasted your points. All right, Juliet, see you in an hour. Victor, welcome. Why not say position under Vora since you can legit go to it? True. No, but it's fine. We're, you know, it's called a bit of a grind, okay? We're having to grind, getting back under the map each time. It can drop OP8. Yeah, it can drop 2 levels under for some reason, which is unfortunate, but it's not the end of the world. It's still a Norfleet, you know what I'm saying? But that would be about a 26% decrease in damage comparative to what it could be. Certified Gauge player role? Do you just want to be outed publicly or what? A grind? Oh boy, I love that app. I be on Grindr daily. It happened? Did you just get your Norfleet? At OP8? Congrats on the Norfleet. Let us know what the parts are on that. Excuse me. Chat, we are almost done with this. I like how even at 32 times speed, by the way, it's been an hour. It's been an hour doing this. Like a fourth of the stream dedicated to this crap.
Great.
But that's alright. That's alright. OP10. Let's go. What element? What element? Halaust? Halaust. The gifted sub was from Angel Days, as per usual. I think if anyone gets a gifted sub, we can just assume it's from Angel Days. All right, shout out to all of the pearlescents we got, and shout out to me selling all of them. Level 61 practicable butcher. Back in the day, that would have been considered perfect. Think about if we weren't on 32 times, like, we probably would have killed him 3 or maybe 4 times. Besides, we woke up. It is going well. It's been an hour of Vora, so. In 32 times speed, by the way. In order to get enough crystals just to purchase the items. So 120 for stuff. So we're getting there. We're really close. It's not going to take all day. We're almost done. Also, you like how raid bosses in this game just straight up don't get you like any XP? Hand cam to prove I'm not cheating. I have never cheated in my life, so you're just going to have to take my word for that. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot, dude. That's like the 12th time I've died doing the out of bounds cheese, man. 32 times is dangerous. It really is, you know? Well, let's just walk 2 times speed for quality of life, you know? Ever thought about quitting streaming and becoming a homeless alcoholic? Yeah, I have. You know? A few times, but I don't know. I just don't know that the lifestyle would be for me. Chat, everything's going horribly right now. We're just keeping it 2 times speed at this point.
The Hyperion Corporation respects all forms of life.
There we go. There is no 64 times, unfortunately. If there was, we would be in it already. Wait, that messes up the grenade jump timing because it's 2 times speed? It's actually a nerf to me to be playing on a faster speed, if you think about it. See, chat, I think this is perfect because while it is just blatantly cheating, it's also like we could legitimately sit here and it's just a time saver. It's not like... Although, I guess, you know, going by that logic, you could say like the mod in Terraria that instant mines the whole vein instantly is just saving time because you could legitimately sit there doing that and I would disagree, so... Mordecai? Like Mordecai and Rigby? Dude, Benson is so gonna fire us when he learns we did 32 times speed Vora. If I get back and you don't have 120 Seraph Crystals, you're fired! Punitory? Is that rocket speed? I don't know what launcher parts do at all because they're like so much more impactful than other gun parts. Because with like a Herald, it's like, oh, I got a different grip and it gives like a slight % bonus to something. Or, actually, wait, there's more parts as well on a rocket launcher, but to my understanding, it's like grip does something different, sight does something different. Oh, well, I guess that's what it is, because with a pistol, the sight doesn't really do anything. Other than, I think they can affect spread while ADS, but doesn't really do anything. The stock on most weapons doesn't really do anything. It's just recoil. And it's mostly just the grip. As we're with a rocket, everything, including the sight, has an actual purpose. The sight and the exhaust, which is pretty much the stock. So... And it's fire. That's the only downside to that, I would say. I feel like, genuinely, the Norfleet is a rare occurrence in this game where I would just 100% prefer the shock one. Toasty Wafis at a 25 stream streak. Shout the frick out. Guys, Toasty's been here a long time. Long time viewer. And I appreciate him. You know, chat, I do say it every stream, but I want you guys to know that we've got a Legendary Soldier class mod. That's technically a dedicated drop from this guy. I say it every stream. I say it all the time. But I want you guys to know that I genuinely mean it. When I say that I appreciate you guys taking the time out of your day to come to this stream and watch it. It does mean the absolute world to me, and I appreciate you guys so much. We don't even need that because we can get a sponge. Vulture, are you doing Benson ERP in the chat right now? See, I'm used to the grenade jump from 2 times speed already. I'm just too good at 2 times speed. That's insane. I don't know. I've never really been into Pokemon. I'm not opposed to it. You know, I like a few of the Pokemons. I think they're pretty cool. Yeah, wait, yeah. Benson would fire for non-matching grip. Oh my gosh. Mordecai and Rigby, get me a Depot matching grip right now, or you're fired! Dude, I literally... Watch. I'm gonna set to 2 times speed. First try. What the frick? Dude, did they nerf grenade jumping this patch? They must have... Oh, the hotfix just came through, where they changed grenade jump timing. My bad, bro. Oh my gosh. Dude, I forgot about that. I totally forgot about that. Yeah. The grenade jump hotfix must have come through. That's so weird. And a perfect retro as well. Guys, what do we think of the retro? It's not the most horrific weapon. Okay, hold on. Let me just... Okay. Thank you. I think the retro is a little underrated. It certainly can kill things, even at OP10. But at the same time, there's so many things so bad about it. I don't know. It's certainly something. But I have watched some retro-based content recently, and I was surprised. I was like, wow, this is actually killing things, OP10. Fuse time changing every throw would be kind of fire, actually. I'm surprised they've never done that. Like a legendary grenade where the fuse time randomizes. Like, imagine if there's a grenade where just, like, every single effect of it just randomized every time. The element type, the, like, whether, you know, it randomizes to a Betty or a Merv or a Singularity or whatever. Randomizes the element, randomizes the fuse time. I mean, they've eaten his gumballs before, Vulture. Not them specifically, but people within the show have eaten his gumballs before, and he continued to survive. And it didn't seem painful for him, necessarily. The hotfix to make the game gooder, that one already came out. Matching grip shock Tatler, that's fire. That is the gauge pull, by the way. Yeah, the Gamba grenade, essentially. It runs a prediction every time. Washington Redskins, welcome. We are just doing a fun little strategy, okay? Vora, you can tell that this would take a little while if we weren't currently doing this, because while being under the map in 32 times speed, it takes absolutely forever. Crazy. I'm also not really in optimal position, or what I should say is he's not in optimal position right now. But yeah, this is how fast this is going in 32 times speed. Oh my gosh. See, when he stands in a different spot, it actually makes it so much more difficult. And there's like weird collision down here. Okay. I'm like genuinely scared because I can't get too close or else he'll just kill me. Or I'll die to my Topnia. Okay, that should be fine. Dude, no. I need him to not be going there every run. Dude, what the frick? I'm getting cooked by Vora, and he can't even attack me. This is insane. Feels like I just am not absorbing projectiles here. For some reason. But I want to play it safe, so I'll just continue doing it this way. You thought I was upside down? No, but I could see how you'd think that. Chad, is that a Stranger Things reference? Yeah, Maya's just constantly in agony, man. Chat, if you could be watching Schoolhouse Rock right now, would you prefer to be doing that over watching the stream? One in the chat. You know, Conjunction Junction's the main one, you know, that everyone looks to, but I kind of prefer the adjectives. You know? The hairy bear, the scary bear. You have completed your first character. The Norfleet was all that bro needed. And now you can use that Norfleet to do something, for sure. Yeah, no, imagine having to, like, legitimately farm an interfacer. We've been here for an hour doing the out-of-bounds invincibility glitch, and we have not gotten a single element on these things. Though we have gotten match and grip repeatedly. So, it's not Deadly Bloom, is it? No. Oh, no, that's an adaptive. "14 days of playtime on one Maya." Were you reflect killing, Hyperius? You know, the Norfleet can actually be used for the Hyperius insta-kill. Not the reflect kill, but a separate one. You used to be able to do it with a PBFG, though I think at OP10 you can't. I think it only works till like OP8, maybe. But you could theoretically farm a Norfleet at OP8 and you'd have a chance to get it at OP9. Actually, no, in the OP levels, can it go over? Or just under? I would assume in the OP levels it can actually just go under. So. We really need this guy to stay in one place. When he just sits in the middle, it is genuinely so much easier. Chat, I felt a little hoarse recently. I feel like there's a chance I'm getting something, and I really hope I'm not, honestly. Only under? Yeah. That's lame. It was a hairy bear. It was a scary bear. If you don't know it, you don't know it. But Conjunction Junction's great too. There's definitely no shame in having that be your favorite. Recently re-downloaded BL2 and had 2 save files, level 16-0 and 50-something Maya. Interesting name. I like it. Yeah, at least for the OP levels. If it was on level only. I mean, I think it should be on level only everywhere, but especially for the OP levels. I really honestly do wish that like gear would just scale with OP level. Because it sucks to have to refarm all the time. And on top of that, it really, especially for a casual audience, and then on top of that, it really sucks when you're like OP3 and get a matching grip Deepa, and you're like, well, this is going to be useless pretty soon. So I used up all my luck on that. How often does Vora drop legendaries? I think he has a 20% chance to drop legendary class mods. But chat, doesn't this feel more fulfilling than just gibbing in the crystals? Yeah. Doesn't just cheating out of bounds 32 times speed feel more fulfilling to you guys?
Hyperion recommends channeling your post-death frustration into
Yeah, it's rough, Vulture. Honestly, I've done it before though, where I've done the OP levels and I just go into Gibbed and up the level on my stuff. Oh my gosh, what was that? What was that? Oh, that's a prediction on screen. Thank you. Everyone gamble. I mean, you might as well go all in. None of you have points anyway, so might as well go all in. Most you could lose is 100%. Okay, Pearl or drop next kill. What was I gonna say? Oh, anyway, I think there's no shame in doing the OP levels and just giving your gear up every level or two, and playing it that way. I think there's no shame in any way you want to play this game, no matter how cheaty it may be. I think that it is a PvE game, and you can play it the way that you want to play it.
Got something for ya.
Dude, I felt like I waited so long. Okay, wait longer than I think I need to wait. Oh my gosh, Joby! Joby 2 with the 2 months at tier 1. Right now, we are just trying to get Seraph Crystals so we can unlock our Sponge and our Sponge and our Lead Storm, so then we can have like a consistent farm for those. This is pretty much the only method. We had tried, we killed on level Pyro Pete with a Shock Infinity, and even with 2 times speed, it took 22 minutes. So unfortunately, this is by far the quickest method. Also, this guy moved. This is unfortunately by far just the best possible method for this. And yeah, it's either this or genuinely we just don't get those, which would be a little unfortunate because one, I would like this to be, you know, a little bit of a collector's run where like we get everything, and 2, they're both really good, so it'd be a shame if we couldn't use them. But thank you so much for the sub. I do appreciate it a ton. I seriously do. Son of Craw, I don't know. I don't know if he has a cheese spot. He might. Maybe he's got a ledge like in BL1. Chat, my tongue hurts. I must have been like chewing on it, literally. Guys, go all in with your channel points. Most you could lose is 100%. Like, it's not even that big of a gambit. Plus, it's so unlikely that he'd drop one anyway. Like, you might as well just all in on no, and then you have a very high likelihood of winning the gamba. Yeah, normally I don't do a Joby, but but for a few situations like this, I feel like the increase to speed is warranted for sure. Yeah, creative mode for the leveling. Chat, I did a little off stream Seraph farming, so. Yeah, actually, you make a good point. I don't know if there's any way to cheese Son of Craw, but he is pretty well balanced to where like you can kill him on any character, so there's that at least. Unlike something like Vora, where if you're not cheesing him, you're just done. Back up the ledge and kill him from the top. Oh. Well. Alright, Gambit ended, chat. Let's see. I highly doubt we will actually get anything, and I think you guys will just lose your channel points if you voted yes. But,
Wow.
oh my gosh, we got an infection. Hold on. Wait, and that's kind of a perfect infection too, by the way, other than the grip. What's crazy about that? Let me double check. That is a 0.5% drop. We've got a 0.5% drop from that guy, by the way. But not a pearl or a legendary, it doesn't look like. This one was already existing. That already existed. Oh, wait, are we done? Oh my gosh, we need 2 Seraph Crystals. I'm gonna snap. Yeah, it doesn't look like we got anything else. I'm sorry, chat. Wait. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. We got it. Okay. If you voted yes on that gamba, you're cooked. But we have 120. Wait. That is the level 67 infection. We are picking that up, and we are keeping that as a permanent reminder. All right. We are done with this dumb off farm, chat. Speedrunning Veracitus, it's been really good. We've been doing it for an hour and 20 minutes. But we're done. We're done. So that's good. Also, choose prediction outcome. 67% on no. I'm telling you, it follows me everywhere. Complete prediction. Complete prediction. Shout out to the channel points, you guys. And now we can move on to doing actual things. So, I think the next thing we do is we Shamnia the Fink Slaughterhouse. That's what I'm thinking. That way we can unlock the farm for the hail, which might be good for DigiPeak. Is there anything else you guys can think of? I mean, we never got our Aquatus or Veritas, which we'll need to get at some point, but we'll probably use downscale for that. Maybe for OP1 we'll use the Veritas. Does anyone know, can the Veritas be elemental? If it can be elemental, then it might not actually be that bad. Dom is on Twitch today, yeah. Well, he's a sub on Twitch, so he got gifted. So it only makes sense. Yeah, Trog, what I'm thinking is we'll get this ready. I don't know that we're actually going to, like, collect this right now. But, oh yeah, Veritas can be any element. Maybe we'll use that for the peak on the first one. Anyway, we'll get this to the point where we're on round 5, ready. And then just every couple OP levels or whatever, we can complete the mission again. We'll just have to replay the whole thing, though, which is kind of annoying, but... Chat, Spowerite is trying to get me on Tiny Tina's one-shot adventure, by the way, to help him with some achievement. Just interesting, for sure. With the crystals, we will purchase sponges and lead storms. We did farm a sham, and look at this. Our sham of the run, our one and only sham we'll probably get of the entire run. You see that? Yeah, that's a level 67 sham. It'd probably be faster. It'd probably be faster with Norfleet, I would assume, because the Norfleet is just like significantly more damage. Although, if you were to like miss, if a projectile didn't go back to your shield, you wouldn't have infinite ammo. That is the one benefit of the Topnia, is that the one benefit of the Topnia is that it can technically regain ammo. So if I was at 1 ammo and got lucky with a sham, I could in fact go up ammo, as with the Norfleet, I don't think can do that. If we're engaged, we'd be doing more damage, by the way. Hey, Silent Pain, welcome. You know how it goes. Shout out, lesbians. Cosman George. So when is the fastball stream going to take place? Eventually. You just got to show up every stream until I do it. That way you'll never miss it. Also, Nick, welcome. Yeah, this is certainly a strategy. But I hate to say it, chat, this would be going so much faster if it was a Norfleet and not a Topnia, okay? Topnia lovers are in shambles right now. Oh, Trog, here was another one. Just because I've been keeping up with all of, like, Garnet's polls and stuff, he was talking about World Burn, and he thinks the World Burn's better than the Topnia. Because, like, the single-shot DPS, right? And that's not taking into consideration farm. But I didn't test, but I feel like the Topnia is still better than a World Burn because the splash is so much bigger. And, like, here, for instance, I can just shoot a wall and it'll go through walls to hit these guys. And on top of that, another big benefit to the Topnia, again, aside from farm, because that's not included in his test or anything, is that I'm pretty sure the actual DPS is way higher. Like, with the World Burn, yeah, it would probably, you know, kill things. Let's say it killed something in 2 shots and the Topnia took 4 shots, but the Topnia shoots like over twice as fast. So I'd be interested in what your opinion on that was. But then someone in Garnet's Discord really had the audacity to say that the teapot is a full tier above the kitten. You are wild, bro. You're absolutely wild. Chat, this is definitely the strategy, by the way. Do not get Captive and Dominic in the same room, or they will only talk about BL4. Shout out, though. It is funny how with BL4, if you didn't know better and like just paid attention to social media, you would literally think it's the worst game of all time and that nobody likes it. But then like you talk to actual people and they're like, oh yeah, the game's pretty fun. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, Trog. And there's a limited range on the world burn. Like, the world burn is really, really good. But I still feel like the Topnia is better. But under the right circumstances, I gave Topnia S for his type of testing. If it were my testing, like, or if it was my tier list, I would rate it probably like an A tier. To me, the element really, really matters. I get why it doesn't to Garnet, but I feel like it does. It's like, yeah, the potential of the weapon's really good, but if we're going based off the potential of the weapon, then the Logan's gun is like A tier, you know? But in reality, the Logan's gun might be the single worst weapon for armored targets in the entire game. I mean, look at when Mick did the Logan's gun run, and that was on Krieg, where it's like, against flesh enemies, it's borderline S tier on Krieg. Like, it's genuinely so good on Krieg. And yet, the loaders often would out-heal the damage, because it's literally, like, the absolute worst weapon. And so it's like, I feel like that's a significant enough downside to not rate it high. But if you're just going off, like, the potential damage of the weapon, then sure, I guess. But I don't know. To me, a weapon being element locked immediately keeps it out of S tier. Unless it was like shock locked and really good. Like, the only one in the entire game that fits that is the peak opener. The peak opener is locked to an element, and yet it's so powerful regardless that it's genuinely a top tier item. And on top of that, it's and it's a good element to be locked to, because if something's locked to corrosive, like, that's the same reason why I couldn't give Hornet an S tier, because it is really good, and if it came in all elements, I'd probably consider putting it in S tier. But in reality, it's like, it just can't be used for like half the content in this game. Yeah, there's a lot more weapon slots. I think BL2 or BL4 has like 70 something, so it's back to BL1. Chat, can we talk about the inventory in BL1? It lets you hold 71, I think, but it's RNG, and if you don't get the SDUs, you just physically cannot get them on your character. You have to SDU farm. You have to read-only farm if you want backpack space. Won't play BL4, but my computer's so poopy. That is fair. Dude, Toast the Fallen, thank you so much for the follow. I hope you're enjoying the stream. I have a 5070 Ti, a 9800 X3D, and was rocking with 64 gigs of RAM until my RAM died. And I have to play the game on lowest settings with DLSS and frame gen in order to hit like 144 FPS. Granted, normally that's while I'm streaming, so I also have OBS up and stuff. But still, that is ridiculous. There's no game. I think it's literally the worst performing game I've ever seen. Luckily, they have made a lot of efforts to improve performance, but it really honestly bugs me that nowadays, like, they don't worry about performance. It used to be they would either A, make ways for the game to perform better, like with Silent Hill. So the original Silent Hill 2 couldn't run. So what they did was they just unloaded the whole town and put a thick layer of fog, which actually added to the art style of the game and was a way to figure out how to optimize it so it actually ran on PlayStation 2. You know, or games used to do stuff like that or change the art style. But Borderlands 4 is just like, yeah, we didn't even try, bro. We just put it in Unreal Engine 5, so therefore it looks good. Which I really wish that they would go back to the art style of the old games. Even BL3 looks better than BL4 in my opinion, which is a thing I never thought I'd say, but I do think that's true. Spowerade with the Prime sub for 7 months. Thank you so much, Spowerade. Just for that, I'll help you get your achievements, little bro. Anyway. Use mod for BL2 to have more space. Otherwise, what's the point in farm weapons if I can't even stock them? Yeah, normally I hex edit my game for 100 backpack space. The only reason I have it off is because it would invalidate like speedruns and bingo matches. But not that I've ever even submitted one of my runs. Even though, technically, I should be 18th place on the BL2 UVHM geared speedrun leaderboard. Just saying. But, you know, it's no big deal. Life Tap Maya with Shamia is pretty darn good. Though I really hate to admit it, chat, but Gage, unironically, would be doing better here. CISO, welcome, CISO. Welcome, CISO. I don't know either, Astolfo. I feel like ever since BL3, they were like, we're gonna look realistic, but with cell shading. And it's like, just make it look like Borderlands, man. I've been saying it since back in BL3, okay? Before BL4 came out. I've been saying it. I've been saying it on stream. I've been saying it off stream, okay? In 10 years from now, people will go back to this game and be like, wow, it was really cool what they did with the art style of this game. They'll go back to BL3 or BL4 and be like, this game's ugly. What were they thinking with this one? Yeah, no, and it's crazy, Toasty, that like you have a 3080 and yet are having to upgrade for... I mean, part of it's just that growth has gone exponentially up, but also requirements for games has gone up exponentially. So, like, I feel like it's a mix of, like, how quick the cards are upgrading and also how much developers don't care about optimizing for older systems. Because think about, like, back in the day, literally there was the 1050, the 1060, the 1660, whatever the AMD equivalents were, right? And they were all like, it was an upgrade, but it was like a little bit of an upgrade, you know? The 1660 and 1060 are very, very similar in performance, but you'll get a little bit more out of the 1660. The 1050 was a definitive downgrade to the 1060, but you'd still, you know, it was like a 10 to 20% decrease. But now it's like you compare a 4070 to a 1070, or sorry, to a 5070, and it's like night and day by itself. And then developers are like, oh yeah, people will have 5080s. We'll just run off the 5080 performance. And so you get situations like Borderlands 4 where Randy Pitchford is like, yeah, no, the game runs fine. It's your guys' computers that's wrong. And it's like, I understand you probably have a 5090 in your computer, but this game does not run well, bro. It definitely does not. But yeah, what I was going to say is, like, it used to be, right, you got the 1050, 1060, 10 whatever, 1660, and yet there was the powerhouse card of the 1080, which the 1080 was still good, even all the way up until, like, the 40 series came out. People were still rocking 1080s because it was just such a powerful card, right? But now, I had to upgrade, for Borderlands 4, by the way, and I only was able to do this because I was selling my sister my old card. But I had to upgrade for reliable performance from a 4070 to a 5070 Ti. I should not have had to upgrade from a 4070 to play Borderlands 4 lowest settings, by the way. It's like, okay. True. Yeah, the Resident Evil series tends to actually care about things, so I'm not surprised that runs well, luckily. But then you look at Silent Hill 2, which you would think would be in like sort of the same vein, and yet the original was optimized with the fog, and I think they fixed most of the issues, but with Silent Hill 2 Remake, everything in the town was always loaded at all times, even though there's a thick layer of fog, so nobody could run the game at release, and it was like, why can't we run it? And then people found out that even though there's the thick fog that you physically cannot see through, everything is still loaded. And it's like, there's no way the developers are that dumb, right? And that's the same thing, like, whenever I've said, oh, in Borderlands 4, it would be so much cooler if the DLCs were connected to the map. Hello, Ajo. They almost always say, like, well, that would hurt performance, though. And it's like, there's zero reason, absolutely no reason that I can possibly see that it should hurt performance, and yet I believe you that it will. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's so badly optimized, and the way that they do things, it just doesn't matter. Well, and even when BL4 came out, right, there was the, like, memory leak type thing. And I don't know if it's still a thing, but it was essentially a memory leak where you would kill enemies, and if you played for like 4 hours straight, all of the enemies' loot would still be on the floor and still be loaded at all times, and so you would lag until you save quit and went back in. And like, I'm pretty sure it's because of that, especially because if it was a true memory leak, you'd have to like reset the game to get that performance back, but it was just save quit and reload the map, and then it would run just fine. But it's like, you guys couldn't even go through the effort of making it so then if I'm in Carcadia Burn, the items on the floor in, you know, Terminus range are disabled. And maybe it wasn't that extreme, maybe that disabled it because you're through like a loading screen, but you get the point. It was so dumb. Really, really questionable. Gage is the only one that does well with his build. By the way, you're right about that. You know what's crazy, Spout? I was sham fleeting on Shock Gauge recently, and I was like, yeah, this kind of is just best on this character. I'm not even gonna lie. But I hated it. I hated it. But Strawberry says hi. Hi, Strawberry. Oh, hi, Strawberry. Welcome to work. At 45 FPS on launch, now I bounce around 90-ish. Well, and that kind of annoys me too, because like, I'm glad that they've made efforts, but the majority of their efforts have been for low-end systems, but it's like, so I know low-end systems are doing way better on BL4 now. And they did fix the majority of the crashing, which I also appreciate. But I have seen very little performance increase other than stutters and crashes on my hardware, because they really were optimizing for the lower end. Poorly, but I mean, if the game would have released in the current optimization state, it would have been so much more, I think it would have gone off to a significantly better launch, and people would have been a lot happier with it. It's also so dumb to me that they, like a month before release, well, they, first of all, bumped the release date quicker, and on top of that, like a month before release, they said that it was like all done, so they're going to take a break and stop working on it for a little bit, for like a month, right? It's like, you know, I'm glad you're letting your employees have a break, but also when the game released, it was like, there's no way that you guys played this unironically. And we're like, yeah, there's nothing we could do to fix it. There's nothing better. We have perfected the game at this point.
4, 3, 2, 1.
You know what I could do instead, actually? Okay, hear me out. So what I was thinking I would do is I would get it so that we're on wave 5, and then if I want a new one, I just like play through all of round 5 again, and then, you know, take whichever one I get, but then I wouldn't really be able to choose my element. I could do it, choose my element, and then just give the mission back. You know? You guys will notice that half the stuff I do in this game is like, well, yeah, I'm cheating, but also like I'm kind of making up for it with some arbitrary rule. Can I test? BL4 runs better on my PC now, and I haven't had any crashes in a while on a Ryzen 550 RX 590. BL7 good one. What can you do to make your character better? You need to get better gear. Also, if I'm not mistaken, you're doing the melee build. You really are going to either need a new Roid Shield, or you could try using the other builds. I love his melee build, but it's definitely like the most gear reliant of all of his builds. You need the best gear on it, and it's the hardest to play. You could try swapping to a sniper build or like a gun build and see how that goes, but definitely your number one priority should be to upgrade your gear, because BO7, how it works in this game, simplified, this isn't exactly right, but it's pretty much right, is that if you have let's say you have a level 35 gun and a level 36 gun, and you got the exact same gun. They're literally exactly the same, but one of them is a level higher. It'll do about 13% more damage. So if you're truly using 10 level under gear, you're losing 130% potential damage, essentially. So literally, you're doing less than half damage that you should theoretically be doing right now, which will be very harmful. Also scored. Mr. Big Dink, welcome. Yeah, level 6-7 is over. That's very sad. Irop will be happy, though. He truly hates when I say 6-7. But, you know, Redstone Geek really, like, already, you know, I just say 6-7. So, like, because I readapted because my nephew said it a lot. And I was like, you know what? Look at the joy it brings him. Who am I to call it cringe? It is what it is. He enjoys it, right? But then Redstone was typing to me one day, and he was like, yeah, you know, at first I honestly hated when you would say that, but, like, I've kind of come around to it, and it's slightly amusing now. But then he brought up the best point I've ever heard about the 6-7 situation, which is insane, by the way. And that's that back in, like, you know, whatever it was, 2017 or whatever, when we were like, oh, this is peak comedy, it was Markiplier E. So it's like, yeah, TBH, 6-7 is not that different from E. This is just the new generation's E. Or suck. Also, BO7 code, I would urge you to not use the B shield much because it really will... It'll harm you in a lot of ways. For one, using the B shield, it's one of the squishiest shields in the game, so you'll die really, really quickly. And it'll get you into situations like you're in now where you're really over-leveled, but your gear's really under-leveled because it was carrying you. And also, you'll become very reliant on it and not know how to play without it, which is really bad. But you could literally do this entire game, aside from maybe Digistruct Peak, without the B-Shield. And that's the hardest piece of content in the entire game. And even then, you can technically do it without the B-Shield, but it's just really slow. But 90% of stuff in this game, you can do without a B-Shield. You're able to use a level 2 gun, the Hornet, all the way through high level 17. In normal mode, it's definitely better. TVHM, it's significantly worse, though. Because TVHM levels up so much quicker than it should, and also enemies have different damage resistances in TVHM. So in normal mode, you can kind of get away with that stuff. Although, that said, even with the Hornet, you would have been better off if you just found like if you would have just found like a green doll corrosive pistol, you would have been better off with that and it would have done more damage. But you do get away with more. I think part of the reason why TVHM sucks, which it really does, part of the reason why it sucks is because, and I think Cash, you said this before, when you're in normal mode, the game scales from level 1 to level 30-ish, or like 32, right? So it's kind of a slow, steady increase where it's able to pretty slowly increase the levels. Like if there was 30 missions, they could essentially, let's say there was 30 missions in the game, just to simplify this, they could make it so each mission goes up 1 level each time, right? But unfortunately, in TVHM, it goes from level like 30 or 32 up to 50. So it's only 20 levels split over, 20 levels split over 30 missions, let's say. And so each mission has to increase by more levels. Essentially, each one has to increase by like 1.5 times levels. And so the game will outpace you quicker, your gear will be underpaced quicker, and it's when it adds special damage reductions on elements. And like increased damage reduction and also increased matching element bonus. And yeah, it creates a lot of issues. So moral of the story is get new gear. I've seen a lot of people, like I've seen Reddit posts and stuff of people being like, why is this game so hard? I'm in UVHM level 57, all my gear's level 50, what do I do? It's like, bro, just get new gear. Okay, here's what you should do right now, BO7 code. Right now, you should go to a vending machine that sells kind of on-level gear. If you're at the pump stations, that means you've probably gone through Sawtooth Cauldron. You should go to Sawtooth Cauldron and go to that Z vending machine and look for like a good turtle shield. Just like a green turtle shield. If there's not one in the vendor, go ahead and save quit and then enter back into the game, run back to the vendor, and just look for a good shield, because that'll be number one. You're using a level 34 B shield, so I can only imagine that you quite literally do... you probably die in one shot. Like, I would imagine it's one shot and your health is gone, which it should not be that way. So go get a new turtle shield first and foremost. That'll keep you alive. And then find literally any gun. Like, you've got a level 34 Herald. I'm pretty sure that at your level, you would be better off with, like, a green assault rifle. Okay. Yeah, you definitely need on-level stuff in UVHM. Though, you know what is really surprising? First of all, if you just, like, adapt to UVHM, it's genuinely easier, in my opinion, than TVHM. And maybe even normal mode, but definitely easier than TVHM. And on top of that, and I didn't know this, Mr. Big, just learned this recently through some testing. If I had... Wait, what's the next order of business? Since we have that now unlockable... Wait. What do we want to do now? Do we just XP farm? What would we even get? Is there anything else we want? I think we're kind of set right now. Should we XP farm? Hello, King Monk. I didn't watch the trailer, but I saw there's a new raid boss. Anyway, what I was saying, Mr. Big, and I didn't know this, right? Is that if you're level 27 and have a level 27 blockade shield against a level 27 rack, let's say that it takes 10 hits to break your shield. Now, if you go to level 50 with a level 50 blockade versus a level 50 rack, it will still take 10 hits to break your shield. And then if you're level 80 OP0 with a level 80 blockade and a level 80 rack, it will still take 10 hits to break that shield. And if you go all the way to OP10 with an OP10 blockade versus an OP10 rack, it will still take 10 hits to break that shield. And I had no clue about that. And that blew my mind realizing that. We are not in read-only. I don't even think I have it set up today. Now I do. Now I do have it set up. All right, what should we do? Should we just XP farm? I think we just XP farm. Let's go to Bloodshot with like 25 times enemy spawns and just see how this works. Mods. Am I gonna spawn at the wrong place? I might. Let's just try this out. Let's see how this would go. Because we've got Sham Nia. See, but it would be nice if we could slag. Oh, right. This is certainly a method, you know? I would agree. I would agree with my own statement there that this is a method for sure. Wait, if we get one more level, we get inertia, by the way, which is huge. Is this really what I want to do for all the levels? We could also go... no. Okay, so I want to mix Zafford, but I also think it'd be cool to use the Veritas for OP1. Also, we're on fire this whole time, so no shield. I don't know. Maybe we just don't even get the Veritas at level 80, and we just go do Clan Wars right now so we can mix Zafford farm. Just give it, bro. Terramorph 1. I don't know if Terramorph is happening. TBH. I ain't using Gib, bro. Also, welcome, Gas Mouse. Gas, I had a dream that you died at a young age. Due to, like, I assume health issues due to, like, too much monster consumption or something. And I was very sad. And Alyssa had texted me. and was like, hey, how you doing? Like, asking me how I was doing, like, with you dying. But I didn't know. I was like, oh, pretty good, I guess. You know, things are going good. So, I probably got that after the Skyrocket incident. It, like, manifested into my dreams, you know? Chad, I'd say this is legal. All right, you know what? Let's go do Clan Wars, and then we'll just 25 times mix effort. See how that goes. Plus, that'll get us one of our items for the run. One of our collector's items. I know, she wouldn't. So, that's why I was confused. Italian Pride, welcome. Nick Wiggle, welcome. True, Mimic. True, true, true. All right, let's do this Dama Clan Wars. Oh, we should also unlock Lyuda Farm. We don't have that done. Oh, wait, maybe we do. Yeah, wait, we do. We had to do that for the Pyro Pete kill that ended up not working. How do you... I wouldn't be opposed to what you're saying, Mick.
Hey, cutie. Got a job for you. Why don't you stop by my place out in the dust? Thanks for coming out to see me.
25 times not sadder, also getting electric chair. Dude, the fact that it took us 43 was it 42 or 43 kills for the electric chair? Someone said the odds came out to like me having a 98% chance to have gotten it by then. Waiting 5 months for it to come out, lol. I literally dreaming about it and had dreams of me being inside playing BL3. Wait, the dialogue skip? You know, I can't think of many like dreams I've had where I'm in a game, but there are so many dreams I've had, or not so many dreams I've had, so many moments I've had where like I'm thinking about something or hearing about something while imagining, or like I don't know why this happens. It's always me imagining like an old Call of Duty map, and so many thoughts in my head are morphed into it where anytime I think about X thing, and it'll just be something random, it'll be like thinking about like the way that grizzly bears hunt their prey or something, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's on Kowloon from Black Ops 1. That's where that memory is attached. What am I doing right now? And no, what's crazy too, Dominic, is it's rarely ever like the like known maps. It's always like there's one on Modern Warfare 3. I genuinely can't think of the name. Maybe it's like Carbon or something like that. It's like a kind of weird map that never came back and is like kind of green and tan. And that's one that a lot of my thoughts are connected to that map. It's very weird. I don't know why that happens. Yay, Mongol, yay. Wait, we already do have the Lyuda farm. Genuinely. Tell me if you disagree. I seriously feel like on Maya, it's quicker to farm Lyudas from the Hatteraxe chest than actually going and farming it. Assuming you can die, like if you're not doing it one life.
You're near the Holy Spirits. There's one real easy way to piss off a Zephyr. Destroy their liquor.
Well, luckily, Mr. Big, what you can do, and this is what I love about watching on YouTube, you can technically do this on Twitch, but Twitch playback is really bad, honestly. What you can do is you go back in time to where you were, and then just set the stream to 2x speed. That way you don't miss anything, and yet you catch back up. On Twitch, you can only do that if you're a sub, and it's annoying as well. StarMade, oh my gosh. Stuck in a long meeting at work, but knowing you're out here streaming, working harder than I ever will in my 9 to 5, gave you the strength to finish it. I know, and I almost didn't even stream today. Part of me thought about not even streaming. But I mustered up the bravery and the courage for you guys, okay? Which, again, I want to give a shout out. Genuinely, from the bottom of my heart. Thank you guys for showing up. I appreciate seeing your, I was going to say faces, seeing your thingy-madoohickeys every time. Your names in Twitch chat and in YouTube chat. Every time. It genuinely makes me so happy. And if you guys didn't show up every stream, I wouldn't stream. Also, SSJ Dom, welcome. Got Wham Bam chest. How do I get on the rock, though? It's honestly pretty annoying. There's like a special way you have to do it, but what I normally do when I do it BO7, clear out your inventory of anything you don't need. Okay, it's time to just get rid of the old gear. If you still got level 30 gear, just get rid of it, okay? Just get rid of it. Also, everyone all in on Twitch chat. Most you could lose is 100%. Genuinely get rid of any gear that's like level 30. You don't need it. And then I just go to Wham Bam and I jump to the chest and then I just grab everything without even being able to see what it's dropping. And then I just check it afterwards. It's kind of quicker that way. Quicker oats. All right. Car number 2 is the one at Ellie's garage. Number 2 at Ellie.
The Hodungs do one of these races every so often. I want you to place them charges on the fireworks.
Sent me how to do it. Bit long for a Twitch message. Bro is sending me the virus, I think. That's okay. But my car is not in optimal position. Actually, no, it doesn't matter though because I'm on. Ooh, can my level 60 Lyuda kill the cars? Probably, because they don't get skilled. I know, Alex. It's certainly something.
Now that the dynamite's ready, head up to where the Hodungs got their pyrotech set up.
People are just reusing the same legendary gear over and over. And other characters. Oh, yeah, yeah. A lot of people do that. It's actually interesting that this is a level 60 wrong element Lyudmila. And that it's still killing him. Anyway, yeah, there's a big divide in the community on the people that use the Claptrap stash to give stuff to other characters. And then so many people that are like, that's illegitimate. That's illegitimately obtained. Wait, I put my car in the safe spot, apparently. Just changing a number in the INI file. Oh, wait, really? Documents my games will game config. I didn't know you could do that. Removing ragdoll. Change 600 to a smaller number. Change it to 10, so it'd be 10 seconds. Oh. So that's the amount of seconds that the body lasts. Okay, that's genuinely useful. We'll see how it goes on the Mick farm. We're gonna be farming you, Mick. But we'll try it on the Mick farm, and then depending on how that goes. Wazza! Hey, wazza! Welcome, Zupa. Alright, chat. The reason I kept the car over there and didn't save quit is because now I can teleport back, talk to the Hodunks, and then we save quit. Yeah, it's like passing down a family heirloom. Good point. Hey, I love seeing the Cody play 6-7. Truly world defining. Everyone all in your channel points. Guys, there's not enough channel points on that. Right now, listen. So there's two ways to look at this. It is highly unlikely that he would drop a pot of gold. I don't know the exact chances on it, but it's a fairly rare drop. Most runs will not result in you having one. And yet, welcome, Evergrim. And yet, look at the odds on that gambit. You would earn 6.27 times the amount of points that you put in if you were to gamble on yes. I mean, you might as well gamble on yes. What's the risk? Like, sure, there's a chance you might not get it, but your rewards would be absolutely insane. Like, it would be huge. So, I think you guys should just all in your channel points. TBH. Yeah, you like that, Starman? It was originally the emote was made by Redstone Geek. Then my girlfriend went through, resized it, made it emote friendly. Then Captive or Cursory Cultist or No Legs, depending on where he is, where they are, is at. They went ahead and put it into animation. So, Pohi, thank you so much for the follow. I hope you're enjoying the stream. I really, really do. You had 67,000 points, 6,700 points. Hey. How long does it take to, how long does start to finish for the Maggie Pistol questline take? Well, we're doing it right now. We're over halfway through, but we know what we're doing. I am a co-op speedrun world record holder, okay? And you do this in the speedrun. So knowing exactly what you're doing, I don't know, 20 minutes? If you don't know what you're doing, probably closer to 40 or 50. Although it might not scale up, because TVHM is weird, so things don't scale properly, so it might not even be on level if you were to do it. I think it'd be like level 32 or something. Do you ever have a ground or erosion? Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Wait. Let me look at those. Let me look at those. That's MW3, right? Erosion. Oh my gosh. Yes, I do actually. This is one of them. I think about it anytime I don't know what it is. There are like two different main concepts that anytime I'm thinking about it, I'm thinking about being in the middle tower. Okay. And is Aground the other 1v1 map? Yeah, it is. This one on Aground, I think of, they kind of are the same for me. They fulfill the same thoughts, but I think of the edge of the map on the cave and then the like rusted out ship side, not the boat, not the other boat side.
Wax that back, man. Take it out there.
Oh my gosh, the Gamba. Wait, is it ended? You guys can't see that, right? Okay. Ooh, chat, that's really unfortunate for you guys.
Boxes now that you got the bagman.
That's really, maybe it went out of bounds. Ooh. I said no. Chat, why do you guys keep going? I have a question, genuine question for you guys. Why do you keep going all in on yes on those? You know it's very unlikely, right? Like, I literally told you that. But think about this. Think about this. Think about this. If you invested your points onto no right there, you got way more points. You like doubled your money, okay? Not doubled, but 1.56 or 1.58 times, right? So you increase your money by a decent amount, right? Now you can use that to vote on yes. Use your newfound money. If you put in 100 and you're now at 150, use that 50 vote to vote on yes next time, because the odds will be in a way that you will earn significantly more out of that. It's so good. What class mod we got? Oh, you took it out. The two spawns on a ground because you could snipe across. Dude, me and my old best friend, we would perma Q 2v2. I always used the USAS 12. That was probably my favorite gun in MW3. Well, either that or the CM 901. Haven't gotten one in like 2 years despite doing the questline hundreds of times. I don't know why. It's got to be like the rarest item in the game. Bro. Feels like that. Makes me think though. Why not just use other characters? Why not let your other characters use the good legendary you got at low levels? People are just throwing them away. Lol, I wouldn't. Yeah, it's just depending on what kind of person you are. I think there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. It's literally made to do that. And Claptrap specifically talks about it. Where he's like, oh, it's for whatever he says. Twinking your items or whatever. Oh, matching grip. That was all Jacob's parts, by the way. All right, car 2 is at the Zaffords. Car 2 is at the Zaffords. In the Dark Souls way of the word mimic. It's also a strat to do throwable points, like 10 or 20 points to get big payout. True. That's, I think it was Jolt's mask that dropped 40 on a warrior gamba and came out with 40k. So chat, I think my wisdom teeth are coming into the point where like it is actually making my teeth hurt a little bit. But I really don't want to get them out. The idea of it is kind of horrific, but I would imagine it's not that bad. You can't break this with a top knee, can you? Yeah, BL2, just don't fall into the trap that a lot of players do, including me on my first playthrough. On my first playthroughs. Many of my first playthroughs. The kitten coming in clutch as always. It's a very big trap in the game to be like, oh, I got this legendary item, so it's better than everything else. And also, it's going to be better for a longer period of time. And that's sort of true. But, you know, like, there are some weapons that are actually just so good that they'll last longer than others. But for the most part, like we were saying earlier, can this level 50 kitten still kill things? Oh my gosh. This is a level 50 kitten. This is a level 50 kitten, by the way, chat. What the this is the most broken item in the game. And the fact that someone was saying that the teapot is better than the kitten, you're insane. You are literally loony. Anyway, there are some specific situations where it's not like that, but, you know, using a Hornet that's 10 levels under is just straight up going to be worse than using, like, a green doll pistol, you know?
To have you there.
Rose the Bug, welcome. It's a pain for a while since you have to let the stitches heal, but otherwise not the worst. It's just, like, the idea of it. I like, there are certain sensations in my body that I hate. I think that if I get my wisdom teeth out, I need them to put me under, bro. You know, I've always loved going to the dentist. When I was a kid, I would ask them to pull my teeth out just because I liked it. I don't know. Wisdom teeth, usually, if they don't bother you, you don't have to get them removed. But for me, I got them removed. I was biting my top gum. Yeah, I definitely feel them. And I've seen all the x-rays, and they're, like, definitely pushing into my teeth. For probably, like, 3 years now, they're like, man, you really got to get those out. And I'm like, yeah, for sure. And they're like, well, once they start bugging you, you know, better get those out. And then for the longest time, I was like, it just literally isn't bugging me, though.
Careful, sugar. That's strong stuff.
Keep plugging that booze.
How many days do y'all think it would take to go back to work? To go back to work after getting them out? Yeah, I mean, and this is harder than a 9 to 5 too, so that's actually a good question. I'd be losing money. I think I'd probably sue them. I'd be like, yo, because you took my wisdom teeth out, I wasn't able to stream. What if I got my wisdom teeth out on Saturday morning and then streamed on Saturday on the loopy bugs? I think that'd be bad. I think there's a decent chance that I say something I shouldn't. So the only thing is they're kind of expensive. I think it's like few $100s per tooth.
Take your time. Find a good spot to start shit.
So I think in the end it would cost me like $1,000 or something, and I'm like, five years later they hurt like HE double hockey sticks. But then you're able to just get them out though, right? Stream at the dentist for profit. I'll be an IRL streamer. Oh, here's our Veritas for the run. Just be sore ASF for 7 days. And I know you can't use straws either. Can I still drink gamer subs, you think?
Put an end to all this clan fighting. Hey, got it. Sounds like the
Alright. It really doesn't matter who I kill, so we're definitely just gonna go kill Zaffords because it's quicker. I guess that makes sense. The more time they have to grow in, the... What the frick? The more time they have to grow in, the harder it would be to get them going, huh? You'll live to regret that. Oh, you won't live to regret that, rather. That's what I meant to say. I mean, that was pretty efficient. So now let's try turning up the efficiency just a little bit. Wait, chat, you guys know what we just got? Just got inertia. Is that what we want? Yes. You know, Maya's right skill tree is like the most powerful, but also my least favorite because literally it's the same every single run. Like middle tree, I change up every run. Left tree, I change up every run. Right tree, it's just the same, bro. If you get a dry socket, it's GG's. I'm scared of what that even is. All right, Evergrim, I hope your day gets better. I really, truly do. Hope it gets better for you. Enjoy the rest of your day. And I will see you next time. Won't be able to eat hard food because how sorry you'll get the chance at dislodging a blood clot. That's like horrific. And like I've seen like the demonstration of how it's done and I just okay. Thank you so much for the follow. I hope you're enjoying the stream. I truly, truly do. Welcome. Chat, this isn't cheating, right? It's just quality of life, we would say. Oh my gosh, I got a Maggie. What are the chances? We should have put up a gamba for that. Do we get a Maggie in 25 times kills? It's not that we can use any of them. See, I feel like this is, for me, this is my preferred XP map. Because it's like, yes, is it cheating? Absolutely. But at the same time, do I really want to be here for 5 hours? No, absolutely not. How long is it, Trog? Trog, if you're still here, you are here. Trog, how long does it take? I don't know what level you guys XP format normally in the run. like in a one life, but how long does it take of just pure XP farming? Oh, also, hold on. We need to fix the order of our weapons. Yeah, I don't think we'll need to change the body count. I think this is fine. This is crazy XP farm, by the way. 1, 2, 3. Mobley and Gettle at 25 times speed, but then I'd have to like get over there. Plus, I don't like using the loot from this. So I would get Lyudas, but I wouldn't really want to use them. That's just my weird arbitrary rules. I'll cheat for the things that are really boring, but not for like the farming, you know? 4th of July gameplay, yeah. Apparently it's one of the most painful things you can have. Yeah, I don't want to dry socket, whatever that is. Zero's the fastest and it takes 3.5 hours, but other people it takes 2 hours. It's very low time dependent. What level do they normally start the XP farm on one life? That's genuinely like the #1 thing that makes me not want to do a one life is the XP farm. The constant XP farming, because I don't even like it in normal mode, because you farm you have to, I can't believe this is 25 times spawns, by the way. You have to XP farm Bad Maw, then you have to XP farm these guys in normal mode, then you have to XP farm in TVHM, I assume. Then you have to XP farm again in UVHM, like, but the worst version of it. And then you have to do so much farming for the peak every run to make sure that you get, like, decent enough stuff that you won't die. And I don't know. I don't particularly love farming in this game in the first place. If something takes more than, like, 20 kills to get, I'm cooked, bro. That electric chair farm was really getting me. I was genuinely thinking about just, like, just using that corrosive conference call we had. Boring Saturn is possible, though it is quite difficult. It depends on what gun you have. If you have like a Pimpernel, it's really easy. But otherwise, no. Usually around 55. That's so bad, bro. That's so bad. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to the one-lifers out there. Is an inefficient kill right now? My bad. Wait, but look at our shield thanks to inertia. Very inefficient kill. Yikes. Trog, imagine if you could just do this. They should make this one life viable. If you die on it, like that's, you know. It actually, in fact, 25 times spawns only adds to the risk of one life. Oh wait, but we're gonna hit a point when like I don't do enough damage. Nah, probably not. Oh, sorry, ears. Ears around the world heard that one. You might even be able to use a low-level Pimpernel BO7 for the boar, depending on how it goes, but maybe not. I mean, okay. I specifically told you to not do this, but you are at a point where you could farm a new B shield from Hunter Holocaust, if you really, really need it. But did you end up getting a new shield? Are you dying slower now? Well, you don't have to be selective, but at the same time, I highly doubt you guys take an 8.5 second delay B shield and like a double Hornet with like, I don't know, Hyperion Grip or something. The authentic, genuine Vladof conference call, that's right. I didn't realize, but Rokaris on the Pyro Pete stream had actually sent me the loot lemon code to his Vladof Trespasser. I saw it after stream. I was like, bruh. Oh, someone else had messaged me about something. Oh, right. I remember. Okay, so here's what I'd recommend doing, BO7. Here's what you can do. You can go back to Sanctuary and go to Mordecai and go to the mission this just in. You can farm a new B shield from that, and then what in my opinion you should do is use the B shield for killing big bosses, and then swap back to your tanky shield, your turtle shield, anytime you're not killing a big boss. So for, you know, for Saturn, for the Warrior, for all of that, you can use the B shield, and then for the rest of combat, just don't wear it. Also, you could farm Saturn, because you said you're level 45, but you're like on the last mission of the game. You could get a new B shield and then farm Saturn with the Pimpernel and Borer and B shield until like level 49, I'd say. And then that'll help with the rest of the game. And then luckily, once you get to UVHM, the game actually becomes easier, in my opinion, if you can play around the new mechanics. Because your gear should always be on level. You can always get new gear that will always be on level. And you don't have to worry about, like, scaling weirdly. Was that a pearl? Hold on. Let me open the clip. Hold on. What is that? No. It's a blue. It's a blue and a green. That's a blue and a green. That's a blue and a green. I can kind of see a differentiation of blue and green on that. It's like when I'm safe quitting. Hey, don't talk bad about Krieg. Who would you say is the best for going all the way through the modes? I mean, in my opinion, Maya or Salvador. One of those two. Obviously, Salvador's broken. But I would say Maya or Salvador. I would say the worst for going through all modes is... Unfortunately, Krieg. Not because he sucks, but because the peak with Krieg sucks, specifically. If the peak wasn't in that at all, I wouldn't say Krieg is the worst to go through. But the peak specifically on Krieg is definitely the hardest peak you can do. That said, it's just because the peak is not designed around Krieg. If it was just getting to like level 80, I honestly think Krieg would be one of the best and one of the easiest as well. Especially considering it's not like a one life. If it was a one life, maybe, but... Yeah, but Blood Explosion... I mean, every one of his capstones is like... are some of the best capstones in the entire game, in my opinion. Especially Blood Explosion and Release the Beast. I mean, all of them are really good. Raving Retribution is surprisingly good. I think people sleep on that one. But they are all incredibly good. And... yeah. Yeah. He's got amazing capstones. He's got really good survivability for the most part. Again, until like the peak. He's got really great survivability. He can use almost anything. He's by far the most powerful character under the right circumstances, other than Salvador, right? Broken Salvador. But he can easily be the most powerful character in the game. But, you know. I am actually genuinely noticing that my Topnia is worse. My Topnia is definitely falling off, as you can tell by how many mixed Zaphards are running away. But we're going to tank it until level 80. I could probably get down and do way more damage. I'd recommend trying out Axton with a good effort. I love Axton. He's probably my second favorite character. Although it is a little unfortunate. As much as I love Axton, I would probably say overall, if I had to pick a worse character, I would maybe give it to Axton, but that doesn't mean Axton's bad. That's just like... he's not broken, you know? But Axton is a very, very good character and can do any of the content in the game. And can use almost anything in the game. And actually has one of the easier one-lifes. Jolts has told me that he thinks Maya one life is easiest, and then I think he said Maya and then Axton and then Salvador. Like, Axton is very good. It's just like he doesn't really do anything too crazy. And like his ceiling of power, this is what it is. His ceiling of power is lower than the other characters. And more importantly, his XP farm is, I think, the worst in the game. So because he just actually doesn't have anything to like help him with the XP farm. Greg Peak. Yes, Greg Peak, yes. And again, as Axon's my second favorite character, okay, in the whole game. He has a lot going for him. I think that's definitely what it is. His ceiling just isn't as high as everyone else's. Not saying his skill ceiling isn't as high, but his power ceiling is just lower than other characters. With other characters, you can just hit like completely different heights. But the good thing about Axton is that he will always be fairly samey in power. What weapons are we going to be using? We're going to be using Hail, Leadstorm. Accelerate might be good, but also might be really bad. I think we'll just get more suspension. Yeah, we'll get the suspension. And now with max out inertia, our healing or our shielding will be better and our reloads will be better. No, it definitely would be Trog. Is this vanilla or Neapolitan? It's neither. Okay, you know what, Trog? You know what? First of all, you're perma-banned for backseating. Second of all, I will take your advice. We'll go get a new Topnia. Because I actually agree with you 180%. I just didn't want to, but it's really not that bad. Because I can almost guarantee if we just had an on-level one, we'd probably one-shot everything, so... Yes, this is dull. Yes, the retainer is Hyperion. It's okay, I'm not using him. Yeah, fastball accident is crazy. And it's honestly so sad because one of the things that Axton genuinely had going for him is he used to hold the records for the kills on, for glitchless kills rather, on multiple raid bosses, namely Vora and Hyperius. He had like literally 2-second kills. Well, I think Vora was like 8 seconds, but Hyperius was a 2-second kill. And then they came out with a patch that mega buffed or glitched Hyperius and Vora, and so therefore he can no longer do that. So he lost like one of the few things that he genuinely had over the other characters, and it was really sad. No, yeah, you're fine, Truck. I'm just joking. All right, we're gonna use map reloader for this. Oh, it was already on. Crazy. Invalid run, I guess. Yeah, Christian. Maya has better raids than Axton. Axton really does, unfortunately, just resort to, like, you know, B-Shield Sandhawk. What about Gage? So the problem with Gage is that I don't like her and I don't like her playstyle, but also I have Stockholm Syndrome and she's one of my favorite characters. I don't know, it's weird. But Meatballiest, welcome. By the way, Meatballiest, I didn't even read your name. I just saw the color and I saw the BF logo and I was like, yeah, this is Meatballiest. However, Gage actually has one of the easier one-lifes and is very powerful. It's just that you use one build the entire playthrough, and I don't like that. And it's a playstyle that I'm not really a huge fan of outside of normal mode. That said, I say it every time. My tier list for the characters and how much I enjoy them is literally flipped in normal mode and UVHM. In UVHM, it's Krieg is #1 by far. Gage is lowest tier by far. Okay, Gage is my least favorite. In normal mode, Gage is probably in my top 2, and Krieg is probably in my bottom 2. I think the only character I like less in normal mode is Salvador. Stockholm Syndrome, exactly. But yeah, no, Gage is actually really good, Mr. Big. As #1 Gage hater right here, she is unironically one of the most powerful characters. Her Anarchy build, make fun of it all you want. It is one of the most powerful things. She has one of the easier one-lifes in the game, surprisingly. She has the quickest speedruns, especially on old patch, by far. On any percent, she by far has the quickest speedrun in the entire game. I think even on current patch, she's pretty quick. Gage is a good character. She's just really horribly designed, is all. Randomized allegiance bingo. So would it be ditto matches, or like you could get Torg allegiance and I get Dull allegiance? Because that's the problem. It's a real problem. I want to do more bingo ditto matches. I was thinking about that recently. I want to play more bingo, and I want to do more ditto matches. So then it fully evens the playing field. I like sometimes being able to pick and choose and like, oh, I want this board to do whatever. But I really like changing up bingo every time we play it, you know? I would honestly love Krieg dittos because I love playing Krieg in bingo, but I have to come to the realization that specifically for bingo, he's a little underpowered. Just because, I mean, he's kind of overpowered, but it's based off your opponent. Like if I was fighting someone who was really good at the game and they were on Salvador, but they didn't know how to speedrun, then I think I'd win every time. But if they know how to speedrun, and I also know how to speedrun, even if their combat is really bad, they're kind of going to win because they get so many more options than Krieg does, and they just go faster than Krieg does. Like, if Krieg had movement speed, he'd be so much better for bingo. And unfortunately, him being heavier than all the other characters is amazing for gameplay. But for bingo, it's really horrific. A ditto bingo would be where we're both playing the same characters. You know, Meatballiest, I do too. I think if Gage could heal Death Trap, he honestly wouldn't be in a horrible spot, even in the game's current state of existence. But it's the fact that you can't heal him in any way. I think it's literally impossible to heal him other than Maya. But believe it or not, OP10, you can make a build that genuinely does damage. Oh my gosh. Speaking of damage, this is triple damage over hours. But you can unironically make a build where he does a lot of damage. It's just that he's not tanky and he never heals, and it's impossible to heal. Hey, CISO, even though I'm the one recommending it... Oh, yeah, okay. Hold on. Trog is permanently banned. He told me to go farm right before I leveled up, and I fell for it. Crazy. Also, Crook woke up. Fastest current patch, speedrun somehow, but that's only due to Morningstar. Wait, they allow Morningstar in current patch now? Have they always done that? Was that a recent revelation? Like, was that within the past, like, year or year and a half? Inflation did hit the golf redeem a little bit, yeah. I just thought that, like, as points go up, there's probably a higher chance that people spam it more often. But, I mean, if there's really complaints, if I get enough pushback, I'll change it back. I'll uninflate it. Oh, I didn't need to save quick there. I've also got the wrong thing out. Okay, that's fine. We'll have to change that, though. Oh, boy. What a run. What a good run right now. Crook, by the way, this is legal. This is one life legal for sure. I'll tell you that much. Am I crazy? Oh, I thought I saw something that wasn't a Maggie. I could swear I saw like a Hornet or something. Oh my gosh, wait, we got a Maggie. How rare is that, chat? Drop it in the comment section. So I'm thinking once we actually hit 80, we'll go get new copies of each flavor. And probably good. And then a sponge, 1, 2. We'll get toppings of each flavor, and then we'll also get new sponge. We'll get a sponge and maybe some lead storms as well. And then we genuinely might be ready for the peak just off of that. Current patch has never been glitchless. People always call it glitchless percent. Anyway, it pretty much is. It pretty much is. It's glitchless in the sense that they got rid of the glitches. All right. Trog, don't you just wish you could do this, bro, in one life? Literally, it should be, Crook, because the chance of you dying is higher. But also, like, it makes it so the farm goes from... I think Trog said his farm is like 3.5 hours. And I've watched Trog. He's really efficient, and his load times are not that bad. But 3.5 hours on average is still insane. Versus doing this, it would take like, I don't know, maybe 30 minutes. I hope you guys are fine with me doing this. It was either this or we would have to do this literally 25 times more than we're currently doing it. Okay? Like, it would take 25 times as long. So if in total this takes us an hour, it would have taken us 25 hours, bro. Theoretically. I think that math was mad, though. I think it actually wouldn't be that slow, but... you know, I would imagine if it would normally take an hour for us, it'd probably take 5 or 6 without the mod. E3, BL2. All the Borderlands games on like pre-release footage just look so different than they actually look on release. It happens every time. Only one more level. That's crazy. What level did we start this at? It was 68, I think. Yeah, because we just leveled up off 6-7 and got sad. Got free golf whenever, or I'm taking my son back. You cannot take him back. You cannot take back the Demon Core. The Demon Core play boo-boo. Being a slave for 3 hours or watch a 3-hour film? Dude, if I see a movie that's like over an hour and a half, I'm like, yeah, this better be freaking good. I better be in the mood, okay? And it's so funny too, because I'll be like, dude, I don't want to like waste my time on a 2-hour long movie, but then proceed to waste my time with 2 hours of like YouTube. I'm like, okay. Instead of like something fulfilling, like a good movie. Not any movie. Like 143 is like the amount that I see most often where I'm like, okay, I'm willing to put up with that. If I've already seen the movie, it's different, you know? Like the Lord of the Rings trilogy, like I rewatch those, you know? But, oh wait, we're level 80. Oh my gosh, we did it, chat! We did it! And you were out here for it! Thank you so much. Dastardly Maggie, wait, what's the grip? What's the grip? Borderline perfect. Vladof grip is insane. Hey, Krook, what's your opinion on the Maggie? What would you rate it? Scale of F to S. I feel like it's a little overrated, in my opinion. Suspension, and then for the last points, crit damage. And then let's go ahead and do the thing. I was looking into some research, and apparently the Vladof, or an Allegiance Relic, and a Bone do the exact same thing until you add in skill points. And if you get anything that's increasing, for instance, gun damage, it will significantly harm the Allegiance Relic's performance in comparison to a Bone. But you never have to swap if you're using an Allegiance. Okay, so what am I doing? I was turning off the mod. That's what I was trying to do. And then let's go get Topnias of every flavor. That's kind of crazy. That it was 28 McZafford runs. 28 runs to hit max level. Not bad. A or B plus. I feel like B plus. In my opinion, I feel like B plus. Now, if we were, this is, I should mention, Krook, this is talking like end game. Okay, sorry. Especially to the speedrunner perspective, it's totally different, right? If you included everything, if you included drop location, if you included the fact that it's used in all the current patch speedruns, I'd give it higher than that. But realistically, I feel like it's a B plus, bro. I get it's about going through the whole game without dying, but doing the same thing for 3 hours is just better. Hope I don't slip up once or the whole thing's wasted. Yeah. Redstone, did you watch Gas's newest One Life? Also, Pyrenator, welcome. Sorry, I just saw you in chat. I don't know what the parts on this Topney are, but they're broken. M for Maggie. The Maggie's cool to use, but like, you know. All right, all these old Topnias, I'm just going to get rid of all of these Topnias because there's no way they're going to be better than any of the new ones I'm going to get.
Wow.
And then what if we farm Hatterax, actually? We're right here. But I don't have my... I'd have to respec. I have the mod to just respec. It's quality of life. We could farm this guy for Lyudas. Although, I kind of feel like we should use something different. Maybe we use a Corrosive Leadstorm for the first peak run. Which, we can start on peak. What a way to go. I know, Redstone. I've been saying for a long time, I was like, there's no way that if he dies, it's not going to be to an enemy. I'd been saying that, and then it was not to an enemy. Why did I do that? I meant to do the quicker thing. Topnias. It was a little unfortunate. It was unfortunate, but it was also so... That's literally Gas Mask coded, where he'll... every run, he'll spend every second of the run, like... He'll spend every second of the run like, dude, this midget could kill me. This midget could kill me. Hold on. Let's swap all our gear to kill this one guy. Hold on. Let's make sure we have a Firebone on, okay? Make sure we have our Fire Norfleet as a second wind tool in case he downs us. No, that's too dangerous. Fire Topnia. Okay. All right. Looks like we're good. And then randomly he'll just be like, oh, let's just chuck the skyrocket out a wall. And it's like, dude. It's so funny to me, though. I'm going to set it to 2 times. It's quality of life, chat. Genuinely. I think that we could do Hatterax, but I think we won't. I think we won't do Hatterax yet. And I think instead we will just get Seraph Crystals, and I think we'll Leadstorm. What do you guys think? Do you think it'd be fun if we Leadstormed the peak? Leadstorm Sponge the peak? We're not picky at all, Pyranitor. I'm not picky in a normal run. Okay? I'll only get picky if, like, we're truly just incapable of beating something. Yeah. I'm honestly surprised he used the Skyrocket in any capacity. Yeah, the gas mask turret parry. I just think it's so funny. But I feel really bad for Gas because I know he hates doing One Life because it's just using meta gear for 80 hours and XP farming, and I agree with him. Honestly, I mean, we got a Shock Top now. We could just call that good. Yeah, fire as well. Should we just use the shock one? We don't need a better one, right? Someone drop it in the chat. Trog, do we need a corrosive? We'd be fine with shock. What is this clip? Thank you for sending an 8-hour and 14-minute VOD at a specific timestamp, though. That's so funny. I'm sorry, bro. I feel so bad for him. What did he end up... Did he end up just save quitting? Or did he... Nah, he full blood out. That sucks. And then watching him do the practice after that, you could tell his demeanor just changed. Jufi, it's called hyperbole, bro. Don't even get on me about the One Life thing today, okay, buddy? Buster, you understand me? All right, let's go get a sponge and let's go get a Leadstorm. What if I gave it a Corrosive Norfleet and made it Vladof and made it OP10? But at that point, I mean, if we can clear one OP run, surely we can just clear them all. So might as well just give to OP10, period. I like the way you think, actually. Okay, Sponge, I don't know how specific I'm going to be. I wish I knew shield parts better to know, like, okay, this would actually be an optimal roll. Because, like, I know I think it's either 42 or 54 is max for this. But, like, I don't know. It's like maybe I would prefer some capacity. Hello, Mdu. We are level 80 now. That's what you missed. Oh, let's make sure that we have read-only. Read-only enabled. Well, like, I know, okay. I know what the shield parts do, but I mean, like, I know what a lot of them do, but I don't understand it, you know? Oh, wait, did I just mess up my other farm? Because of this thing? What if I just... Let me look. If I were to sit quit right now... Did I mess up the teleport? No, that's fine. Okay. Anyway, like you can know how something works, but not, like, get it. You know what I mean? Like, you may know what to build on a lead character, but that doesn't mean you know why you build it. And, like I wish with the shield parts, I was smart enough to be like, oh, I'm looking for a 38% with max capacity. You know what I'm saying? I wonder what the best I could get is. We're seeing numbers of, like, 1.7 million. Well, since I'm going to be top and farming, though, we should probably go for the highest. 38. Maybe we'll just take anything 40% or above. Don't know if it's just me, but now that I know seeing good parts on a launcher is visually appealing. Yeah, for me, I think it's just that I like how the visual parts look. Like, I like how Molly 1 looks on a launcher, you know? It's pretty good, but the capacity is low. I'm just gonna eyeball this. Low-key, I think Map Reloader should unironically be One Life viable. Because, like, if you're farming this otherwise, it'd just be running. Yeah, I mean, the sponge is a great shield. It's just a power crept. It's just a better purple. Power crept, I guess, wouldn't be the right word, but it's just a purple, better absorb.
Even surrounded by these muscled fools, you understand the true meaning of
Yeah, redstone. Because, like, you can already stash farm them anyway. Because it's like, oh, it's safe. For, like, Orphan Maker, for instance. You're allowed to just stash farm it if you want.
who shall become Pandora's number.
Those all grenades, pretty much. So, what are we getting? We're getting Sponge. And then we're getting Leadstorm. And I literally don't think we need anything else.
Many lovely things for a badass.
I'm pretty sure... Can someone fact check me? I'm pretty sure the Sponge goes up to, like, a very high amount. Remember how we did 204 runs for the Relic? Or something? I thought this goes up to 54% with good stuff. Alaskan Alien, welcome. Challenger under rules that don't let you cut down non-dangerous monotony are really irritating to me as a viewer. Yeah, it's kind of annoying. And honestly, like, a lot of times when I see people just running to, like, the worst farm of all time, it's like, it's when I stop watching. Or watching someone have to, like, XP farm. Same thing for me. Oh, that's a really good one, actually. Plus Bandit, which increases recharge rate. Vladof kind of does nothing, but it is kind of lore accurate here. Decent capacity, really good recharge rate. The delay's okay, and the absorb chance is high, and then I can't get corrode dotted. Yeah, I'll probably change this. Or I'll take this. All right, it should be on read only. If it's not, chat, I'm giving in my crystals. I don't care. Genuinely, if I mess this up, I'm giving in the crystals. Okay. It took us an hour and 20 minutes of farming in 32 times speed to get these crystals. Okay. Wait, Shredifire in this chest. Pre-recorded stream. That's what I would say if it was pre-recorded right there. I like how this bridge doesn't let you go back up. I think that's pretty cool. What are you guys talking about with bingo? What if we do one life bingo? Instead of starting over, you have to save quit and reset playthrough immediately. You keep all your gear. Well, we had talked before about doing, or at least I had. I don't know if he was on board at all, but talked about doing a bingo where if you die at any point, you have to lose a square. You lose your most recent square. The only thing that would be a problem is it might make some squares impossible to do if it was like turn in a mission and the other player had also turned in the mission. And then you were to lose a square, it's like, what do you do? Oh, actually, wait. You could just do it where it's like, you have to unmark the most recent repeatable square you've done. Shock gauge dittos? Yeah, now you're thinking with portals, bro. Alright. I believe that's the Slag Avenger that I got on the Warrior kill on my best run of UVHM geared. Sponge, put you in there. Save quits. Yep, perfect. Alright. So now we'll disable read only. Just gonna manually do it. Read only disabled. Go to Hunter's Grotto Lodge and get a Leadstorm of some variety. Before I got to the psychology, I was playing Five Tricks Sanctuary, and when I finished the final DLC boss, my game crashed and did not save. That is horrible because Hector is so... I hate fighting Hector. Okay, so I'll go ahead and put my game on read-only right this second. And then for this one, I shouldn't need to use the save quit mod. It's fine. Make it a chosen square, less punishing to the runner. Maybe, but I feel like the thing that I would like about it is that if it was like you have to get rid of your most recent, it would feel very punishing I mean, depending on the square, and it would give you more of an incentive to be very careful and not die. If it was just like, oh, I could get rid of, you know, farming like the Rough Rider, it's like I just choose that because it's a 1 in 3. So I don't know. I don't know. 22k away from bingo redeem, so we've got time to figure it out. See, you could have been there if you would have gambled smarter. But yeah, something like that could be cool. No unique bingo would be... I think that one would be really good. That actually, genuinely, would probably put it more into Krieg's favor. With Leadstorm, do you want the bullet speed prefix on Leadstorm or no? Which would be this right here. Because with the hail, it's really bad because it goes all the way up. But the Leadstorm kind of just shoots and drops. So is this bad with the Leadstorm? I think no. Well, actually, wait. I'm on read only. Let me just pick it up and try it. I think I'm on read only. I hope I'm on read only. I'm on read only. Let me pick it up and try it. Let's see. No sense asking when I can just do it. Yeah, that split's pretty far away. And the accuracy's really bad. Base game 1 life bingo. Let's do 1 life bingo, but we still have our crystals. Yeah, let's do 1 life bingo, but it's only in the Fight for Sanctuary DLC, and you start at level 1. Oh, is that not even bullet speed prefix? Am I just crazy? Which relic is this? Is this double shot relic? No, no. Why would anyone use that one? Yeah, then the real fun begins, CISO. And then you walk out, die, and then it's over. That's a great idea, man. That's a great idea. Chat, it can't be that hard to find a corrosive one, by the way. All of this farming, and we've only seen 1 corrosive, and it was like the 1 prefix that I don't want, because wild is so annoying to use. Oh, there we go. Oh, this one is bullet speed. So this might be the one other that I don't want? I don't know. Much more accurate. I mean... Let's imagine we're killing an enemy there. I mean, if I just keep my distance, I kind of feel like this is good. We'll take it. We'll take it and try it. And then after the first peak run, we'll be like, this was horrible. Never get that again. True. Then you have to actually be like pro to get the Hatterex kill. I have it equipped. Alright, save quits. Reselect character. Read only disabled. Claptrap's place. Yeah, raid bingo is interesting. Would it be like we have the raid gear and then you just have to actually kill the raid bosses? Because I feel like that would kind of just be like kind of easy, right? Grab that. Now we have to equip it for space. Okay, already equipped. Equip that. And then... Dang. Look at the capacity difference, because we're like so overleveled. So we've been using a sham that big. We put on the sponge. And yeah, it pales in comparison. Okay, let's go put a few items in the bank. Just like 1340, Veritas, etc. And then let's get OP1 underway. Level 80, no white gear, and story quest complete. You know, that's for raid bingo, because I've thought about doing that same thing, but not for raids. but then you could do like a true loot hunt bingo where everything's open at once, and it would make you play the board a lot more than play, you know, it'd be like playing the board instead of playing quicker. All right, that infinity does not need to be there. I'll just take one of all my collector's items. Keep the sham, 1340 into bank. Don't need that anymore, but we'll keep all that. Highly doubt we'll ever use the mouthwash, but I'll keep it just in case. Veritas was a collector's item as well. And then let's go sell a bunch of stuff, because 90% of the stuff we have right now is absolutely useless. Wait, the 6-7 infection, that is a collector's item as well. We'll need to remember that. Lyudmila, you're gone. Isn't my current Lyudmila better for slagging anyway? Yeah, okay. So, sell, sell, sell. Keep, sell. I doubt we're going to use that at any point, but just in case we have to, we'll keep it, I guess. I don't know why I still have her echo. Goodbye. Day whatever of Pandora.
My chest feels like it's gonna collapse.
Okay.
Oh my gosh. E-Man Grubs, thank you so much for the follow. I hope you are enjoying stream. Thank you so much, genuinely. I do appreciate that a ton. Okay, first peak run, we will see how this goes. I have the chain reaction comm on. Yes. Next on the agenda is the OP levels, Zoltan. And then I think we'll probably just continue using this gear through the levels until Dukino's mom. When does Dukino's mom first spawn? I think on Dukino's mom we'll get a hail instead of Leadstorm, because we will want the healing. OP1 is going to be easy, though. Each square you get, you have to increase the OP level. You know, on the normal level 80 bingo, there is a square for hitting OP4. Well, technically it goes from OP1 to OP4, I think. I want to play more bingo, simply because I want to use Lockout Live more, man. Wait, check the shield. Watch, we got, like, decent capacity. Look at this. I'm invincible. Look at this. Doesn't even scratch me, buddy. Doesn't even scratch me. And then watch this. It's free, bro. You know, I listed Leadstorm as my #1 Vladof item, but I think it's totally fair that people said I was wrong for that. But that said, it is very good. It's very good. Gamba in chat, all in your channel points. It is highly likely that I do succeed the first peak run. That said, you never know. You never know. I have been known to get cooked, as they say. Fazzo with the continued Prime subscription. Thank you so much, W Fazzo. 5 months. I appreciate you so much. I really, really do. And the fact that you would use your 1 Prime sub on me makes me very happy, and I appreciate that with all of my heart, okay? Dear down in my heart, thank you. I do appreciate you. Should we get a new grenade mod at a point? See, farming the grenades kind of sucks, but, like, we could just get a Tesla. We've gotten every Vladof nade, right? If we got anything else... Wait. Chat, I know that we already did this for 4 hours on the other stream, or however long it took, but what if we farmed a new electric chair? Hold on. Now I know you're thinking, dude, you're crazy, you already did that, but we do have a lead storm. We do have a lead storm. Yeah, Lyuda is kind of just broken. But the Leadstorm, I think, is also very well an S tier item and has so much potential. Especially on, like, raid bosses and such. Just be fist, bro. Good point. Thank you. Now I know. Now I know. Skag peak, by the way. Easy. Easy AF peak, they should call it. In fact, that's what I call it. Wait, watch this. We run through a mag, so then we lower our total ammo and cross the threshold of where this will give us more ammo. So as long as we have more than like 350 total after the fact, it worked. Okay. Oh, look at that. Look at all that AR ammo, bro. Look at that. Already 430, and there's more to... Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, yeah. The accessibility is not too bad on most characters. But the usability is definitely the tough part. That said, if you can use it, like... If you can get good at using it, it is so freaking good. And I would say it's better than the hail, unless you're Axton. If you're Axton, I think the hail just actually straight up does more damage. There's one person who voted 800. Well, it sounds like the amount you'll earn is pretty low. But chat, that just means that if you were to put in, you know, 20 points on no, and then I were to fail the peak run, you would earn an insane amount of channel points, by the way. And at most you lose, you know, 100 or something. So genuinely, this is a time to vote now. With like a small amount, in my opinion. If I were currently gambling on it, that's what I would do. Because I shouldn't fail, but if I happen to, you will earn a lot. Maiden, welcome. We are doing well. We are doing well. Today we killed Vora for 1 hour and 20 minutes while playing in 32 times speed. And yeah. Thank you for the health tip, Hashman. I appreciate that. Also, AZ, welcome. But I did hear correctly, you don't use mouthwash? No, not a lot of them, because I've heard fluoride's bad for you. I don't know if that's true or not. But I found ones that I do like. But also, if you just like brush and floss, then it's fine anyway. Can't wait to earn 5 channel points. It's gonna go so hard. Chat, why do people complain about this place? This is easy. This is so freaking easy, man. What the H-E double hockey sticks? I can't lose this one. You underestimate what I can do. What I can and cannot do. Okay? I mean, look at this. This guy could take us down. Here's one reason I would say the Lyuda is better. It's got very easy crits. Like, what if these guys killed us right now? Then you'd be eating your words. Wait, watch this. Level 65 electric chair. Absolutely insane. Most broken weapon probably in the whole game. And it's a grenade mod. Alright. These are level 6-7 Shan. Wait, Meatball Ace, you're right about that? I might make you a mod for that. Just for mentioning Gage. Fire, bro. Okay, what do I fight first? Is this, what's his face? Do we fight Scorch here? Why did they decide that Scorch needed quadruple health on the peak? We should also buy assault rifle ammo. I will say, Bloodstorm does better with a B-Shield. Who would have guessed? But its B-Shield synergy, I think its B-Shield synergy is almost better than like a Sandhawk. See, chat, we're dying. See? Is that rabbit? I think we just get life tap and then go crazy. That's fine. Quadruple the fun. Good point. Welcome, Quack. Quack is slacking. You are just making absolute bars points, okay? Couldn't have said it better myself. And you know what else? The lead storm can kill Hatterax. True. Oh, you don't even have to fight anything here. OP1's easy, bro. Who fails on this? You gotta be like... Krieg peak 25 times spawns. What's funny is I think that would genuinely be easier than 1-time spawns. Other than Dukino's mom. Okay? Dukino's mom is the one and only exception to that. Even Binary Boss and Saturn would be easier, I think. You know, I keep forgetting I have Scorn, because we haven't had it for the entire playthrough, but now we do. I love the sponge, you know? Sometimes, I don't know what it is. Sometimes I like using non-unique shields. Like, things that don't give, like, some weird bonus. It's just like, yeah, this is just a shield, bro. Are you asking me, Trog, or the chat? Chat, what bingo are you leaning towards Trog playing? With me once he redeems all of his channel points. Chat, do you think that these... Wait, why is the electric chair still putting in work, by the way? If we were to farm one, which we could unironically do, I'm not going to walk into that. If we were to farm an electric chair, it actually would go kind of crazy for the peak. I'm just saying. Just think about it. I mean, whatever you want, honestly. Like, I'm down for anything. I love trying new forms of bingo. I love trying new things and also trying the same things. I think that, like, a ditto would be fun. Just whatever we do a ditto. But I will say, if you just pick 0, you'll win. I'm pretty bad at 0, and I know that you're pretty good at 0. Considering, you know, the 1 lives and all. Good old-fashioned bingo. Yeah, B12, bro. Put 6-7 on no. There we go. You're thinking smart. Oh, what? Wait. Here is the one of the reasons that I would want corrosive over shock, because Watt is resistant to shock, is he not? And that's one of the harder parts of the run. Can you believe it? I genuinely am playing smart and paying attention to the fact that I'm throwing an electric chair. And playing around said electric chair. Oh. Wait. Then hit one of these. Then hit one of these.
Another one down.
I mean, for it being 15 levels under in UVHM, that's pretty darn good. You know, here's my controversial opinion. If you're going to wear blue light glasses, I think you got to do it on gauge. Shock gauge, genuinely, I was nauseous. If you guys remember, we did shock gauge only, and we electric chair 25 times the enemies for XP. And I was genuinely, like, nauseous with a horrible headache after that stream. You know what's funny? On that tier list where I was talking about, like, the best guns of each manufacturer, so many people were talking about Pimper having on sale. I was like, bro, we cannot be that cooked as a community, right? And then on top of that, there was also, like, a comment of, I think the Flacker should have been up there, because on Sal, if you use it, then on the offhand, it's like, I'm aware of it. I'm aware of the glitch. I'm definitely aware of it, but, like, I don't think that would put the gun at S tier. That said, Flacker chat, even without the rocket swap glitch, that's a solid A tier gun, if you know how to use it. If you just swap weapons back and forth. Not to damage swap, but to fire rate swap. Then it's genuinely A tier. Without the fire rate swap, yeah, it's like B, maybe even C tier. It's rough. Wait, electric chair versus BA Marauder in the peak. It's insane. All right, yeah, if you put points on no, I'm sorry, but it's not looking good for you right now. But you never know. I might mess it up. Assassin Watt might cook me. I, too, loved Pimper Happing at 12. And then I saw a lot of people that were like, the Grog's literally the best, bro, because you can use the Grog and then just put the Herald in your left hand, in your other hand, and then, like, you literally just do so much damage and you'll never die. I'm like, yeah, man. I agree. It's true. You know what else you could do? You could put any gun in your other hand with the Grog nozzle. Oh my goodness, a hydrate! If I must, you know. I kind of do want another electric chair. Maybe we'll get an electric chair at like OP 3 or 4. Like OP 6 or 7. Sanity check. Hi, I'm saying. Thumpson sucks though. Hot Mama better. You're wrong about that. That's okay. You know, with the Jacobs one, that was the hardest one because every top tier Jacobs item is just like the same power level to me. They're all the same, bro. Thumpson, Amigo Sincero, Maggie, and there's one other. Oh, and Becca. They're pretty much all the same power level to me. It's just that the Thumpson comes with no downsides, but is a little worse than the others in terms of DPS. As we're like, the Amigo Sincero, you can only get once per playthrough, which is the only thing that would hold me back on that. And the Becca's a Pearl, so it's hard to obtain, and it's kind of hard to use because the weirder firing projectiles. And then the Maggie and Thumpson, like, I think they're just the same, bro. If you can hit crits, I think the Thumpson's better, but if you are a body shot Andy, then probably better off with the Maggie. Yeah, Sal, I always have like a lot of fun, but only for like a few hours, and then I'm like, all right, buddy, this is easy AF. I would like phase lockup. All right, this guy's shock resist, chat. Hold on, hold on. Can we kill him? I don't want to blow myself up. Yes, luckily we can, because this thing's broken. It's called the Lead Storm. Drop it in the comment section down below. That said, you know, chat, I think the Sal players are just in a different mindset. They're the types of players, and this is totally fine. They're the types of players where as they play the game, they want it to get easier, and they want the game to be a powerhouse simulator. Versus a lot of us are the opposite, you know, and we would prefer to have the game get harder as you go and proceed to have more challenges as you go. But I think both are totally fine. I'm just not even going to re-gear. I'm just going to assume that we're good here. Let me tab in that one. Okay, channel points. Rough, bro. Well, hey, I mean, with how easy that went, I would say we just run another one. Just run a number one, and you're very likely to win that. Can't I actually save quit now, then select my character, go up an OP level, and then just run over and do it again? Prediction started. Let's go, chat. Let's freaking go. Orphan Maker? Okay, the Orphan Maker is carried by Salvador, though.
I may have just
Genuinely, the Orphan Maker is carried by Sal. This counts as me completing the OP1 peak, right? I assume it does. I think it does. Like, the Orphan Maker on other characters is good, but it's not that good. Like, genuinely, I think, like, even on Zero is probably the best user of the Orphan Maker outside of Sal. Oh my gosh, JMO, thank you so much for the follow. I genuinely appreciate that. I would say that Zero is probably the best user of it outside of Sal, and most of the time I'd prefer just a Coach Gun. I've used it on Krieg, and it's really hard to use on Krieg. I'm not a huge fan of it. Rat Boy, hi. Also, sorry, Jason Morrison, welcome. How and when do you know what guns to grind for? I just have a lot of knowledge of this game. I've been playing it since release, so it's just ingrained into my blood. But pretty much, you grind for gear when either you're about to do a hard challenge, so I knew to grind here because I was about to do DigiPeak. But for the most part, you just kind of go with it, you know? As you play through the game, especially like normal mode and TVHM, it's just like, wow, I feel like I'm not doing damage. Let me look at my gear. And I'm like, oh, my gear's, you know, 5 levels under. Let's go find something different. And then half the time I don't even farm for something, but a lot of times it's like, oh, I know that, just from my like game knowledge of playing so much, it's like, oh, I know that this weapon will be this level right now, so I can go farm that, you know? Man, you know, I kind of wouldn't mind putting some points into Quicken right now. So our cooldown rate is not the best. Why is this already going much harder, by the way? We're already having more trouble. Dude, our cooldown rate is pretty bad. Normally you run with a bone, so like it literally doesn't matter, but maybe we'll respec after this and change out some points somewhere. I don't know what we would do different, but if we could get Quicken, that'd be nice to fulfill the role of the bone. Yeah, but so it's just a coach gun devil. That's my thing. Like, Jacob shotguns in general are just really, really good on 0, and a one-shot, one-kill coach gun will also just kill everything in one shot. And it's going to be more consistent. And at OP10, I was surprised when I used it at OP10, because I was like, it's genuinely dealing so much damage to me that like it's actually like killing me. And the only way to avoid that is actually to use Two Fang. Or I guess maybe a free scroll could probably do it. But Two Fang will make it shoot so fast that you don't end up getting affected by that. But then it requires not doing the one-shot, one-kill build. OP10, so essentially what it is, JMO, is after you've hit level 80, you can run through this peak. And when I go through it, I'll go up 1 OP level. So right now, since I beat it once, I'm now overpowered level 1. Which means that the whole world around me, so items and enemies, will level up. But I do not. So once you're playing in OP10, essentially the whole game, all of your items and all of the enemies are 10 levels above you. And yet you are 10 levels below them, which means you do less damage because of damage reduction, and you have less HP because your HP doesn't go up because you're not leveling up. So it's essentially just like the game becomes harder by doing these. I kind of feel like it is gas. In fact, I wasn't earlier because I was doing different strats, but maybe I should here. I would say, Grace, thank you so much for the Twitch follow. I genuinely appreciate that so much. I would say that it probably depends. I kind of wish... actually, it's kind of a perfect one. I don't know. I would think that at OP10, no, just because Life Tap will already full heal you, but right now, Life Tap's not full healing me. But good point out on that. There's not a ton of purple class mods in this game where I'd just be like, yeah, I get the purple instead of the blue, but I feel like Trickster's fair. I also think Grenadier. I think Axon's Grenadier. I would rather also get, you know, 20% gun damage than just receive 1 extra nade, you know what I mean? Grayson, are you gray? Like, are you gray, but over on Twitch? Yeah, a lot of Allegiance runs, Alex, for me, are like, I'll do it through like normal mode, and I'm like, yeah, I don't want to continue just using this one manufacturer the whole time. I'm honestly surprised we're making it this far. TBH. Oh, it's just Sal. It's just Sal's born. Oh, that's fair. Chat, I do love the Lead Storm, though. I do love the Lead Storm, though the Hail's better, in my opinion. Well, it's not better, but it's more fun to me, and it's kind of more usable, which is weird, because this arguably has a better firing pattern, but... Ariel, welcome. It's good to see you again. Gage might. Maybe not. I don't know a ton about Gage's class mods. All I know is that 90% of them buff More Pep. I think More Pep might be one of the most buffed skills in the entire game, and More Pep is literally bugged. It doesn't work. So, and even if it did work, it would be one of the worst skills on her. So, but Vladof Maya is not bad. The only problem with Vladof Maya is things like Dukino's mom or Saturn or whatever. Like, Vladof is a really good manufacturer, but it's really bad for bossing. Especially if that boss does not have critical points. If the boss has critical points, it's doable. But if they don't, it really, really sucks. And that's what we found this whole run. Mobbing and everything, totally fine. In fact, very good. Very good mobbing. But then, like, Handsome Sorcerer gave us trouble. Saturn, I think, might have... Saturn didn't give us a ton of trouble, but Uranus gave us trouble. I can guarantee Dukino's mom is going to be horrible. Like, that's literally the one thing the entire time that I've been like, if we lose on the peak, it's Dukino's mom. Like, if we hit a point where we're like, we literally can't go any further. Which, if that happens, chat, I kind of want to take this to OP10. If that happens, we might break the rules and include a B shield for that, honestly. First, we'll just try a Corrosive Bone and see how that goes, because the bone does buff more than an Allegiance Relic. Not percentage-wise, I think the percentage is the same, but the buff from a bone does more. And then if that doesn't work, we'll probably be like, yeah, we'll use a B shield. And then it's not a true Allegiance, but it pretty much is. Oh, does the Electric Chair do a lot? Because if Electric Chair does a lot to Dukino, then we could even Shock Bone the Electric Chair. I'm gonna phase like that, dude. But check the life tap value now. Do we get Scorch yet? Or no? Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed that GeoGuessr video. It was the worst thing ever on planet Earth to make. And I truly never want to do it again. But at the same time, I really want to make another. But man, what an absolute torture. It was months of that being the only thing I worked on, and like so many nights where I was up till, you know, 4 in the morning. Just trying to grind it out as well as I could. It was rough, bro. It was rough. And at the time, I was still at my other job too, so it was like, it was horrific. But I'm so glad I made it. I'm so glad I made it. That said, it's very hard to convince me to make another, just because, like, if I was an editor, I don't think I'd take less than like $2,000 for that. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. And the fact that the Electric Chair just kind of like explodes for 800 million damage. That's another thing we could do. We could do Stockpile Relic and go down to 10 nades, like, or get nades from the stockpile, then go down to 10 nades. And then, hold on, please don't kill me. Then go down to 10 nades and then swap to a Shock Bone. If we start incorporating relics, which I feel like, if anything, we'll do relics first, because half the time people don't even include those in Allegiance run. They're like, well, I'll still use relics because, like, who cares? And then we'll go from there. Jolt's just got on BL2. That's insane because he's literally copying me, by the way. I started playing. Yeah, I've got my Rocketeer right here. Shock one, just so then we can remember Shock Gauge. Yeah, you know, Vladof shields are pretty good, but they all come at the downside that they're only good in bullet areas. But in bullet areas, like, even the Sponge is honestly a really good shield. Oh, I want to upgrade my ammo to max. But then on top of that, like, or not on top of that, but they're really, really good in bullet areas. But once you hit melee enemies, it's like, it's just sort of whatever. I'd probably get more value out of almost anything else. Yeah, I guess we could always just top Nia spam Dukino with a Rocketeer and then have our Hail to heal. I'll try to do everything I can to avoid swapping to non-Vladof gear, but I am worried about it. But I guess if we just top Nia spam, it probably should be doable. It's just going to be health gating the entire time and just, like, praying for the best. You know, I really don't like that the boss is set up in a way where if you don't use the B shield or, like, really, really good gear, you can literally just run out of ammo. It's like, well, what do you do now? Chat, we should probably get a new Electric Chair. I don't think it would be a bad idea. Well, we'll get it at OP3 or OP4. I don't know. Something like that. Okay, I'm legitimately kind of scared. Yeah, probably Trog. Probably. You know, Chad, I really don't hate the peak. I just hate some of the decisions of the peak. And I wish there was checkpoints. Call me baby. And I wish that Scorch and Black Queen didn't have literally 4 times health of base game for absolutely no reason. And then double spawns as well. Okie dokie. Yeah, gas. Though we could also get a better Vladof relic cards right now. Is kind of whatever. Yeah, the idea of peak is fine. It's the balance, and I really, again, call me a baby all you want. I really think there should be checkpoints at each ammo vendor, because, like, to a normal player that's pretty good at the game and is invested enough to try and hit OP 10, but isn't an absolute god at gaming. I thought the bubble dropped, so I was trying to pre-fire. And who isn't an absolute god at gaming, it's, like, so bad, because you've already spent hours going through the other areas of the peak, right? Going through, like, let's say you're on peak 5 or 6 or something. So you spend like the whole day trying to break through those. Then you had to farm gear every couple levels. And then you make it all the way through. And then Binary Boss hits you with an insta-kill nuke and you weren't able to swap your weapon quick enough because you're playing Gauge or something. And then it's like, okay, well, there goes 40 minutes. Let me do it again. And then that time you make it to Saturn and then get hit by a Valkyrie drone that homes in on you from 90 meters across the map, and you're like, all right, well, time to redo it again. And then you get really unlucky and get like rabid spawns on the next run, and they just absolutely cook you. And then you have to go back and redo it again. It's rough. And then they really hit you with, yeah, here's Dukino's mom, and if you run out of ammo, too bad, because there's nothing you can do. It's like, okay. And here's the thing, like, I'm confused how they let it through, because there's no way Randy Pitchford beat this, by the way. There is no way Randy beat this. But that said, add checkpoints at the ammo vendors, boom, the whole peak is saved. People, I can guarantee, out of the 100% of, like, haters, right? Not saying 100% of people that play this game hate peak, but out of the haters, out of the 100% of DigiPeak haters, at least 30% of them would transition just after adding checkpoints, is my mathematical theory. I think it is Helllord, because it's just straight up quadruple HP for some reason. Yeah, I don't know why they did that either. It doesn't make sense. They're like, here's the hardest point of the game, but like elements work different now. It's like, okay. I guess, yeah, okay. If they would at least like give a note where it's like, you're about to enter the overpowered levels. You know, be warned, in here elements don't work the same. That would at least do something. But the fact that like if you didn't know, then like you'd have no clue to just use corrosive, and it would be kind of unfairly balanced against you. Just because you didn't know the like weird metagame check. And you know what would also be a really good change for me? I'd like to see checkpoints, but also see it incorporate more bosses and like bosses from the DLCs. Like imagine if instead of Saturn, it could be Saturn, it could be Uranus, it could be heck, maybe Bunker or something. Like incorporate more bosses from the game, which also will in turn get you more drops as you're playing. Because like imagine, because right now it's like you're gonna get a Nukem, which isn't gonna be good for the peak. Or you're going to get an Infinity, which isn't going to be good for the peak. Well, actually, low-key, it's kind of the best thing for the peak, because you run out of ammo in the peak. But it's not going to do much damage for the peak. Or you'll get an Emperor, which isn't good for the peak. Or you'll get a Hellfire, which isn't good for the peak, right? But imagine if you're, like, clearing this with, like, whatever busted, crusted gear you've got, and then you get, like, a sham drop. Like, you're doing one run, and you get, like, a sham and, like, a Herald or something. It's like, wait. Hold on. And that would kind of be an alternate method. Instead of like having the gear level up with you, you could do it that way instead, because then it's like yeah, your gear doesn't directly level up. However, you're getting actual usable gear as you clear the peak. I also truly believe that your reward, your mission reward, should be a guaranteed legendary, in my opinion. I think that would be cool, even if it was just like a randomized legendary, because it's like, oh, hey, I got a, you know, I got a Mongol. Oh, I can use that next run. Especially, that would also add more variety, because you'd get guns that it's like, the Mongol's good, but no way am I ever farming for a Mongol, okay? You will not catch me in a world where I would ever farm for a Mongol. But, you know, if I got it from a reward, it'd be like, wait, this is kind of fire. I don't know, Digi-Peak to me is just classic Gearbox, where it's like, they were actually really close, but not quite there, in my opinion. Okay, that guy just blew himself up. Best Borderland game? I would say, for me, it's BL2, then BL1. However, I don't actually think that's the best order. That's just my favorite order. I would say BL2, BL1, BL4, TPS. And it's funny because I have way less time on BL4 than TPS. BL4, TPS, Wonderlands 3. Favorite Vault Hunter and favorite gun. My favorite Vault Hunter is Krieg, and my favorite gun is the Pimpernel. I would say. But also sometimes it changes on the day, you know? Does that guy have a sloth? No, that's just a dull sniper. That light tap, though? I don't have ammo. I'm gonna open up all these chests and then pick them all up after. Yeah, the re-gearing really sucks. That's why either A, if they gave you better loot while you did it, or B, just have your gear level up with you. I don't think any people would complain. There would be a few people that would complain, but I feel like it'd be better. And then it's like, okay, I hit level 80. I am gonna farm for the perfect Herald because it will continue throughout the rest of the game. But as is, it's like, well, I'll just get whatever piece of junk I can get and then, you know, spend 20 minutes farming one that's like usable or something. And then you go up another 3 or 4 levels and you have to refarm again for a usable one for another 20 minutes. And then the next time you get kind of unlucky and get 30 minutes. And then you're doing that for your shield. You're doing that for your rocket. You're doing that for everything. You're doing that for everything every single time. And it's like, I would honestly prefer to just at level 80, do like an hour-long farm for a perfect item and then have that continue on, you know? BL1 is slept on too. The fact that you get a bad pearl as a reward that can be farmed in 10 is an interesting choice. And the fact that, like, if I want, I can just go farm Uranus, and it's going to be easier than Binary Boss and so much quicker than Binary Boss. Yeah, me neither, Kluk. I'm not a fan of the gameplay of 3. I can't even tell you what it is, because by all metrics, it's theoretically, like, the best gameplay, but I don't know. The older Borderlands games came out at a time when like shooters were all kind of unique, you know? You could tell you're playing a Halo game or you were playing a... Let me make sure my rockets are full. You could tell you're playing a Halo game or Call of Duty game or a Borderlands game or etc. As where Borderlands 3, it really, to me, feels like Call of Duty but with cooler guns. You know? It just feels like they were going for like modern shooter vibe. Okay, so Watts is not going to be my first option because I can't really top me up. Yeah, I do like the BL4 endgame. It's just it's obviously just like the balancing of it. Where they're like, yeah, you can insta-kill everything. It's like, why? I don't want that. Does he have a rocket? No. But he does have a shotgun, which is quite scary. I want my Fizzlock up for Watt, so... Oh, no I don't. No I don't. I want my Fizzlock up now. Skin. foreskin? Is that our four? Wait, how many skins have we got today? Chat, have we gotten 4? Can someone look back at the bot? Have we gotten foreskin? Also, does Scorn reflect buzz axes?
You'll regret that.
Wait, we have immolate though? Oh yeah, we have immolate. We're fine.
No.
Heal up with life tap. Thank you. This one was a little bit scary, chat, but still not too bad. Okie dokie. What were the points? Chat, do we go into OP3 with the same gear? Yes. Yes, we do. Complete prediction. Okay, chat. OP3 with OP0 gear. Now this is the real Gamba. I didn't reselect. This is the real Gamba. I didn't make you lose. I was just performing too hard. We did 5 finger discount the lead storm. Gas, what's with you in the lead storm, bro? In the video, you're like, dude, that shred of fire on the floor is crazy. And right now, you're like, hey, that hail you're using, bro, insane. But yeah, we read-only farmed the crystals. After, we had to spend an hour and 20 minutes killing Vora at 32 times speed with a Topnia and a Sham. Which, by the way, chat, for anyone that has not seen it, I want to give a huge shout out to our Sham. It is level 67. Also, we were wearing the Sham that whole time. So that's probably why I felt like I was dying really quickly. Alright, new Gamba. New Gamba up. If someone's here. And it's the same thing, but this time with low-level gear. How much HP do I have? A lot. Okay. You know, when I was regenning rockets on the quad or on the assassins, I was like, wow, I'm getting really lucky with that 38. It's because I wasn't. I was running the thing. Hello, rookie. What was the thing? Mantle and side scepter. BL3 did have way too many legendaries, but that's not even the problem. The problem is all the legendaries suck until you get one that's so broken it carries you. Yeah, Hellwalker. And I think that's because of the way that they balance Mayhem levels, where it was like, okay, well, this gun sucks in Mayhem. Like, the saw bar was one that I noticed. Thank you, Redstone. And keep in mind with that prediction, chat, I am using 3 level under gear, okay? Essentially. Or 2 level under. However that scales. I'm using level 80 gear. But yeah, literally, like, the saw bar, right? I was like, oh my gosh, this thing's insanely broken. And I was talking about that, and they're like, that's because they buffed it for Mayhem. And it's like... So they buffed it for Mayhem, and so therefore it's really insanely broken at level 10, and I can use it for like 15 levels? Cool, man. Cool, cool, cool. I feel like they should have just been like, in Mayhem, certain guns get a modifier. Like, it could have just been that in Mayhem, like, all the unique guns are capable of more. But at that point, if you're going to make the guns so overbuffed that they work in the Mayhem levels, why make the Mayhem levels so powerful? I don't know. It just feels like with the Mayhem levels, they didn't know what they're doing a little bit. Whereas, like, that... You're making it arbitrarily harder, but then you're like, this is too hard, so let's make it easier. So what was the point of making it harder? Because like with BL2, it's like, yeah, your gear levels up, but you just gain damage reduction. The enemy gains more health. Although, I guess, technically their health is the same comparative to your gear. It's just the damage reduction. But it's like, okay, they gain damage reduction, and... and they will kill your health bar quicker. Specifically, your health bars aren't chill. It's like, okay, perfect. And then Borderlands 3 is like 800,000 HP, 900,000% damage. It's like, okay. Chaos Chambers almost felt better than Mayhem, bro. Because it didn't get as ridiculous, but it still got kind of ridiculous. And by Chaos 100, I don't know why they went past 50, honestly. Because past Chaos 50, it felt... That's when it started feeling like, okay, I need my, like, meta build. Otherwise, I do nothing. Which I never am a huge fan of. Yeah, BL2 endgame's weird because in a lot of ways it's kind of sucks. Chat, I'm going to leave these chests just in case I need ammo. But I highly doubt it. But if I have to fight Scorch here, there's a chance. BL2 endgame kind of sucks in the sense that once you get to endgame, there's nothing to do. But personally, and I've heard people disagree with this, and that's fair if you want to disagree with this. To me personally, like, all of doing DigiPeek and stuff is endgame. You know, this is all part of the endgame. And I would rather do this than beat normal mode and then click the modifier button that makes the game hard. But I will say BL3 has the most, like... BL3 has the most to do with your gear. Which I'm not that kind of player, but I know a lot of people are. And BL3 has the most and highest quality stuff of like, oh, I, you know, want to use this build for X thing. As where this game, it's like, oh, I'll just replay the game in a challenge run. Or I'll, you know, do X and Y. I've seen a lot of people, because a lot of people go under the impression, Gas, that it's like endgame is once you've gotten everything. And if that's that's why I understand why people would say that endgame in this game sucks, because that's typically their definition of it. And if your definition of it is like after you've gotten to OP10, it's like, yeah, there genuinely is nothing to do but glitched raid bosses that don't drop anything. So it's like, why even kill the raid boss when it doesn't drop anything? And that's my problem every run. That was the Krieg run. I hit OP10 and I was like, all right, chat, time to farm up. And then midway through the fastball farm, I was like, can we just... There's no reason to continue playing. Like, I'm not going to kill the raid bosses because they're ridiculous. And even if I was going to kill the raid bosses, why would I? What would be my point? What would be my purpose of killing the raid bosses here, chat? Because it's like, okay, I'm Krieg. I get an evolution, which I'm not going to use. I get maybe a Norfleet, but I'm not going to farm that because it's ridiculous. Tatler, I guess, could be cool, but not needed. Vora doesn't drop anything for me. Dexy doesn't drop anything for me. Pyro Pete doesn't drop anything for me. But if you include this whole grind as endgame, if you include endgame as just 80 and beyond, then I love the endgame in this game, even though 90% of it is just replaying the game. It's still just fun. And that's what I'm saying, man. A BL3 is way too long. I'm telling you guys, it is definitely possible for a game to be too long. Because BL3 is so long and it drags on. So it's like, I wouldn't... Like, I personally think the games are more fun when you have to do multiple playthroughs, like TPS and BL1 and BL2. But if I had to replay BL3, I would hate that. It would be horrible. Because it's just too long, man. It's like, it's not fun to do a playthrough. Like, imagine Gas doing Nukem only, right? Because even though Gas experiences the worst pains you can on this game, I think he enjoys it to an extent, right? So imagine the Nukem only run, but triple the amount of game time. And fill the game time with random dialogue filler. That's BL3. Also, Hydrate, I got you Ace Buzzard. That's a surveyor on my map coming right at me. I don't think Borderlands games should make you min-max to the highest level of play. When Tiny Tina's Wonderland started doing it, I hated that. Literally, I was down with the Chaos Chambers until about Chaos 50. And that was the point too when I was like, this is ridiculous with how many times we're having to do it. Prior to that though, I was like, this is kind of peak. The difficulty is actually fun. I'm not having to min-max, but I am having to think with my head. And I was really enjoying it. And then it just got worse and worse and worse. Krieg, Axe, and Engage have the shortest end of the stick for the endgame because Krieg can't kill bosses. Axe just sits in a corner while Sturd does the work. That's okay. Take that part back. Take that part back. Yeah, and then Gage pre-stacking. Though you can play Gage without pre-stacking, but it's definitely less effective. Spowerade just sent me Tiny Tina's one-shot adventure, by the way. But yeah. I think you're wrong about Axon. Axon's really powerful. It's just that he doesn't... Axon's power level has a lower ceiling than other players, but his power minimum is also higher. So like with Krieg and Gage both, like their lowest is way down here and their highest is way up here. And especially Krieg, his is like way up here. But Axton's is just kind of... It's just like solid in the middle. He will never hit a low point where you just straight up don't do anything. But at the same time, he'll never hit a point when you can do everything, you know? But But I don't know. I don't think Axton challenge runs are hell. Gas has done almost every allegiance on Axton, and I don't. Other than, correct me if I'm wrong, Gas, but I would think that literally it's like Dukino's mom is the only issue on 90% of your runs. Because every time I've watched your runs, it's like you are totally fine, and then I always see you having to do some weird strat for Dukino's mom. But other than that, like the whole playthrough is almost always very easy and very powerful. I don't know. I think that Axton is incredibly balanced, and I don't think you should bunch him up with Gage and Krieg. But with Krieg, yeah, he struggles. If there's no mobs. If there's mobs, he can kill everything in the game, but if there's no mobs, it's like he's got to be the worst character under those circumstances. But if there are mobs, then he's the best character. It's very interesting how that works. Jumping makes Dukino shock ball more often. You know, that would explain why I feel like she spams it 100,000 times. I guess maybe she tries to do it while you're airborne or something. You can definitely tell that my gear being underleveled is making me do less damage.
Hold it.
I don't know. I'd recommend giving Axton a good run and like really building with him and using his gear right. And I mean, literally, it's. I feel like it's pretty much just what I'm saying. Where at his lowest, he's still pretty darn good, and at his highest, he's very darn good. You know. Yeah, the human cockroach. I would also argue that he has an easier time staying alive than... I would say the easiest characters to stay alive are Maya, then Sal, then Axton. In my opinion. I'm getting texts. What are they? Soonish. Calm down, buddy. Make her walk back if you backpedal at the right speed. Maybe if I can pull that off, we can just hail spam. That'll be good. TX Gas Spow Cashew. A 4-player challenge run? I don't know. Cashew's Australian, right? Oof. I don't know. He got a comment on his hide and seek where he's like, other than the fact that Mr. TX obviously hates Australians, this is a pretty good video. It's like, alright, buddy. I'm just joking around with you, man. Shout out to my Australians. You guys are kind of cool. TBH. A little bit. What are you on about?
Scorch kills you. Take some solace in the fact that he is constantly on fire and you are not.
Apparently the co-op Bane run doesn't work. Like, it physically doesn't work. Is that true? I heard that there's never been a recorded instance of Geary taking the ring on co-op and jumping into the thing. Is that true? Does YouTube have worse audio quality too? So they have worse visual and audio? I did not know that. Imagine an electric chair right now for Scorch. That'd be epic. It was kind of inbounds if you think about it. Bifu, thank you so much. Or Bifu, not too sure. Thank you so much for the follow on Twitch. I do genuinely appreciate that, and I hope you're enjoying stream. I really, really do. You know what's really criminal in this game, chat? The fact that they make slag pretty much a requirement, and especially in OP10, okay? Whether it's a requirement or not, they heavily incentivize it. But then they add enemies that can't be slagged. And then on top of that, they add, like with the raid bosses, they only get slagged for like 3 seconds. Why did they do that? Who at Gearbox was like, this is what we need? Who was it that got sniped by the E-chair during One Life? One of the M players. Someone with an M in it, I think. Or was it? It wasn't Jambi, was it? I don't know. But that's what I was thinking earlier. I electric chaired by that gate, and I was like, oh no. We're cooked. Wait, hold on. Vladof Allegiance, though, kind of cooks in the peak, because we can just do this. Let's just swap to the sham for a second. Oh, gas. I think I already mentioned, but our one and only sham we're probably going to get in the run. Level 67. Can fire, actually. Hold on. I would honestly love TDR accent. Dolts, we'll see. We'll see. If we end up doing another Allegiance run, I feel like I'm just like... I feel like it looks like I'm just following the trends, because I've seen everyone doing Allegiance runs now. But, like... Yeah, I don't pay attention to any content being done on YouTube. I just thought this would be fun. But, if we do another challenge run, I will let you guys choose the character, probably. But I think if we play Gage, low-key chat, vote for Gage, vote for Gage. If we do Gage, we'll do Molly 1. If we do Krieg, we'll do Bandit. If we do Axon, we'll do TDR. And I low-key don't want to play Zero. So, I don't know what it is, chat. Like, Zero is great. He's a really great character. I think it's just not my playstyle. I don't know. Sometimes it is. Like, sometimes I have a lot of fun on him, but a lot of times I don't. It's blowing up my phone right now. I'm not doing Jacob's Creek, bro. If I do Jacob's Creek, we're getting to level 20 and I'm giving up, okay? That will never see the light of day again. Is that all the characters? Yeah, because we already did Vladof Maya. Maybe we'll rotate. Maybe we'll go through all the characters, do another allegiance, you know, per character, and then rotate around and swap. Hold on, what is this? Yeah, the Sal gameplay loop is... It's not my thing either. It is a little too easy, and it's... I mean, Deputy's fun. Deputy is, like, the only build that I truly find fun. Unless I'm in the mood to just straight up powerhouse with, like, dual Nor fleets. Like, playing UVHM geared is actually really fun. But a lot of that just comes from the movement. If you did UVHM geared, but without fun movement, it would be, like, the worst run ever. I'm amazed that I just killed that guy. I think that was just Cloud Kill and an electric chair. Oh, no. Plus a 19 light tap. All right, wait, I'm going to get this guy low, and then... Hopefully the loader... Wait, I'm playing Maya, bro. I wouldn't mind more cooldown reduction. That probably wouldn't be bad. Not a bad choice. Oh, that guy's dead too. Cool.
Is priority 1. I need you to disarm a series of camouflage explosives hidden...
Guys, how do you feel about the fact that drop reloading is allowed in One Life and yet double shotting isn't? Because it's harder to do... Because double shotting is harder to do for console players. Even though drop reloading physically isn't possible for console players without being in the menu and just menuing it. How do you feel about that? I do have TDR accent knowledge. TDR accent's great. I love TDR accent so much. I think TDR accent's one of my favorite builds in the whole game. Life tap, and then watch this. One shot, we go full health. Yeah.
That cardboard stand.
This is epic, chat. I think if I was truly just shamneying, it would kind of be more effective if I were to actually use the sham and not the sponge. Yeah, life tap is crazy, and life tap even without. Honestly, I kind of hate life tap because it really, like, the rest of her healing skills are good, right? Phase lock is good, or sweet release is good, elated is good. Sustenance is pretty good. But you could just have, like, points in life tap, and you don't need any of the others. Other than, like, I guess for a boss, where you can't kill skill. But I'm not a huge fan of when there's one skill that makes every other skill obsolete 99% of the time, you know? Yeah, one-life rolls are goofy, bro. But the one-lifers will tell you otherwise. They'll be like, these are actually very good rolls. Actually, some of them disagree. But some of them will be like, actually, the rules are in a pretty good spot right now. It's like, well, obviously, I'm seeing something you're not. Or you're seeing something I'm not gonna. I know, double shotting should be legal. I mean, I am more on the gauge part of it, where I feel like one life should be harder and have more restrictions, but at the same time, I would be totally fine if they just said double shotting's allowed. I just think it's so dumb that double shotting's not allowed. That one doesn't make sense. And the fact that the reasoning is that, like, the fact that the reasoning behind it is console players have a harder time with it, and yet we allow drop reloading, which physically can't be done by console players. Like, surely they realize that, right? Or maybe I'm missing something. Maybe drop reloading can be done on console. Just didn't know it. 99% sure that's not the case, though. Yeah, I've noticed that, Gas. Why have you been streaming so much less? Bro's just had it. He snapped. Is there a character that leaves no room for error but can potentially delete all raid bosses when set up? Yeah, and it's not my thing. Double shot? I know, that's what I'm saying, Ariel. Like, I was double shotting on console as like a 13-year-old kid. There you go, I just double shot it right there. You can inventory reload, although... Hi, Adrian, welcome. But a lot of inventory strats aren't allowed. Like, you can't inventory stack like a grog nozzle. But you could inventory... And you can't inventory crit swap, so I wouldn't think that you could inventory reload. I don't know. You always did 2 a week? I thought you used to do more than that. Am I crazy? I think I'm just used to your subathon. Literally, like... I think that's just it. Yes, I said it before your redo at the One Life. I was like, chat, he's doing One Life. I can guarantee he will not die to an enemy. He is too good of a player to die to an enemy. It will be an environment or something stupid. And it was the moment of all time. I think it's so funny. I feel bad for you, though, because I know how much you dislike it. So I felt bad when I saw the clip, but at the same time, it's so funny to me how, like, you'll go up to, like, you'll find just, like, a random midget, and you're like, hold on, we got a bone swap for this. Make sure we have our second wind tool on us. We're gonna need to aggro the other enemies just in case this midget gets us right now. All right, we're good to go. And then the death of all time of just skyrocketing a wall. It's rough, bro. It's so rough. But it's funny. Strawberry on the 5-stream streak. What happened to us, Strawberry? You used to have such a higher streak. Meow. Oh, it's funny, but I do feel bad for you because I know you hate it. And I kind of agree with you because your main complaints are if I'm not mistaken, your main complaints are the XP farm and the fact that it's just using meta gear for 80 hours, right? Void and Light, welcome. Yeah, Ariel, I have no clue. I don't understand it. And the fact that, and I'm sure the rules were just created a while ago, but the fact that the rules state that double shotting is too hard on console, so you can't double shot. But we allow drop reloading. Can you do this on console? Can you do this on console? Are you able to do this on console? No, of course not. Krieg better than Accent? He has higher highs. But Krieg is simultaneously an S tier character and like a D tier character, as where Accent is just consistently B plus A minus, you know? He is the infinity of Borderlands 2. Is looking good right now. I wish the XP farm in this game wasn't so slow. Yeah, no, it's really bad. We did 25 times enemies, so it didn't take 8 hours. I don't know why they increased the level cap ever. That was such a mistake in my opinion. Yeah, no, it's like you can, dude, no, Adrian, it's so weird because they're like, you can't crit swap. So I can't shoot a Sandhawk and then swap to, I can't shoot a Sandhawk and then swap to a Lady Fist, okay? But I can shoot the Sandhawk and swap to a Grog Nozzle, which has crazy crit damage on it, by the way. The Grog Nozzle adds crazy crits, so that is crit swapping. And yet, if you're playing Salvador, you have a Lady Fist in your offhand the entire time you're playing. So it's like, how come the only guy who's allowed to crit swap is the one who it's by far the most powerful on? Like, it just doesn't make sense. The one life rules are a thing, for sure. They definitely exist. Absolutely.
Enough.
I absolutely agree. They definitely do exist as rules.
That was awesome.
It makes no sense, bro. I think the one life rules need an overhaul. And then there are ones, you know, like fridge skip, where it's like, okay, that's more of a, like, true debate. Should this be allowed or not? Because on one hand, it kind of defeats the purpose of one life, and on the other hand, it sort of reinforces the purpose of one life of trying to find every way possible to avoid death. So, you know, I see that one either way, but there are some, like the double shotting, where it's like, I would be fine if they banned drop shotting, or drop reloading and double shotting. But if you're gonna allow drop reloading, you have to allow double shotting. I don't know. I like 72 OP8 the most AZ. See, 61, first of all, there really wasn't any grind. I think there should be a little bit of a grind for XP. And there was no grind at 61. Like, we ended all of the we ended all the content in this game at 68. We didn't start XP farming until 68. Granted, we killed Saturn a lot of times. But even if you took out the Saturn kills, I think that got us maybe 3 levels. So we would have been like 65 or something by the time we were just done with everything. So there's no grind at all. And then, at least in my opinion, when you hit max level before completing all the content, this happens with BL4, on our first playthrough at least, it was like, well, now I feel like there's no point in doing half the content because it's not getting me anything better than what I'm currently using. And on top of that, I'm not gaining XP for doing it. So I definitely feel like there's no point. But maybe if it was like, I don't know. And I think 72 also had the best build variety. Because like 61 was still a little restrictive. But then 80 is just way too much. Like, I really think 72 was a sweet spot. But I could see where the 61 players could be coming from. Is this quad spawns? Oh, frick. No, but it's surveyors. Maybe I should have used the shock Topnia against the shield. Let me know what you guys think about that. Maybe I should have done everything different here. This might actually be an L. Wait. Get the kill. Get the kill. Get the kill. If I get the... Wait, immolate. Beautiful. Okay. Now, phase lock him. That sucks roof in, hopefully. Manually reload because it didn't reload for me. If I was doing approximately 26% more damage with on-level gear, it would probably be a little nicer. Hopefully his shotgun doesn't kill me right now. My goodness. Oh my goodness. I think I just have to slag and top me. I might die here. I couldn't double shot because of the... I couldn't double shot because of scoring. Well, choose prediction outcome. Look at that, chat. Look at that. Do I survive? No, I don't. No, I don't. Look at the channel points, chat. That's why you always bet. That's why you always bet. Let me check the summary. Let me look at this summary real quick. I want to see who doubted me, because whoever doubted me, you're a smart cookie. Let's see. How much was earned? Dang, Cowboy Dano, a doubter, put in 500, came out with 3,500. Insane gains. Hellord with 100 came out with 700. Chat, what am I saying? And Cake Fruity with 67 coming out with 478. You're absolutely insane. My bad, chats. I played that bad. Scorn, I think we gotta get rid of it. All shots. I guess we'll get a new top now. You are probably hearing a lot of live tap, yeah. But it's not a bug. Like, it does have an intended sound effect, but when it gets really loud, that's a bug. How long does it normally take to get to level 80? If you're not doing any mods or anything, in one life, it's 3.5 hours of farming mixed Afford with perfect efficiency. Okay, so to a normal person, I would say triple that time. So at least 9 hours of XP farming. Unless you start XP farming at a later level, but I don't know, I'd say like 8 hours. There have been like full days when I was younger where I spent just XP farming. It's very ridiculous. Oh boy. Oh brother. What allegiance is your favorite in each character? Probably the ones I outlined. I would say my favorite of them all, though, is probably TDR Accent. The only problem with TDR Accent is you get the worst shields known to man. I have, you know, there's actually been a surprising amount of times where I've been using Scorn, and it genuinely gets me killed like that. I saw it coming too. What should I have done there? What should I have done there? I almost wonder if you know what I should have done is I should have spec'd into Quicken, which I'm going to do now. I have the unspec skills mod, so we can take 2 points from there, and we can take 3 points from there, and we can max that out. Because that gets us 30%, which will be good. And I don't think we lose too much from that. Inertia is fine. Just 2 points in inertia is totally fine. Yeah, unless I'd want more suspension instead. And then life tap, we're getting the class mod. So, actually, no, because that's... What if we were to min-max this? What if we did that for even more damage? I should have had Quicken. If I had Quicken, I genuinely think I don't lose that, because I wasn't able to phase lock Roof. Was I? If I could have phase locked him earlier, it would have been better. Maybe I should have gone for the Surveyors first, though, because then I get life tap, and then I can just face tank. That's just worse in every way. Why is that even worse? Mine's got a bayonet on it, bro. Gripper, though. Wait, Gripper, though. Hold on. So maybe that would have been good, because you can swap quickly. You look like a medieval peasant. Thank you, Internet. I appreciate that. True. True. You ever seen that guy who, like, cuts out his own V-neck or whatever? The dot from Reef Buzzaxe. See, I'm not good enough to recognize what kills me most of the time. I just kind of go with it, you know? 8 reloads faster. Oh, was that the one stat that was different? But it was still like a 5-second reload, I thought. I mean, if I would have reloaded faster there, I would have survived. Just saying. Hyperion shields are the ones I don't like to use. I don't like using amps, but I'd probably rather use an amp than a TDR shield, because TDR shields genuinely provide nothing. Why do you think Gas uses them? Okay, on his challenge runs, they're like, I think Gas's runs with like a blockade or an antagonist would be 9 times easier. Chat, blockade versus antagonist. What do you think? It's hard to say, because an antagonist only works better against antagonist only works better against guns, and against melee the blockade should theoretically be better, right? Because the way that it works, for anyone that doesn't know, it gives a flat, at max level, a flat 52.5% damage reduction. Now I don't know if that's a true 50% or if it's like a, I think it might be like a equivalent to 30%, because this game's weird damage reduction numbers.
Nice.
And so I've seen people be like, well, you know, you're getting 30% more damage reduction out of this, as our antagonist only gives you damage reduction if you get shot by a bullet. And I agree with that. But at the same time, there's significantly more capacity on an antagonist than a blockade. So if the antagonist had, let's say, 30% higher capacity, is that not equivalent to having 30% damage reduction? And then that would mean the damage reduction would only really make a big difference on the health bar, which a lot of people would argue that your health bar doesn't matter in OP10 that much. So Plus, I mean, if you were to take like acquisition into account, then I definitely think the blockade wins. But, or sorry, the antagonist wins. Oh no, the W neck. Some people say medieval surf. I say young David Bowie. For me,
Nice.
ooh, look at that damage increase and the reload speed, huge. Plus, we got points in foreskin. Was there a Mongol in there? I didn't look. My bad, bro. Ah, dang it. Was there actually a Mongol? My bad, bro. Okay. Let's go real quick. Get new sponge, new lead storm. Sorry, I guess I had a text. Alright. Are you freaking joking right now? Are you freaking kidding me right now? Okay, so back to the crater, I guess. Plus, I wasn't totally happy with this sponge anyway. Yeah, I didn't see it, chat. Antag because melee enemies are easier to handle IMO. They're almost always nearby second wins, so it's nice to not kill them as quickly. Alright, interesting. Interesting viewpoint.
The fools at Torg know nothing of the Vault's real power. You will
Most enemies have guns. It's funny how most damage reduction in BL2 is actually that increased your effective HP instead of reducing damage taken by that amount. Yeah, it's always weird how it works. Is that... That's very similar to the one that I have. What's the... But the... I feel like... I'd rather have a higher capacity, I think. Antagonist also has huge upside of being super good with Grog because it heals you every time it deflects something. That's actually very true. That's actually very true. If you're a Grog user, then... Kind of extremely fire. Hold on. What gives the most... I feel like this one's pretty darn good, right? But maybe since we're topping so much, I'd prefer a higher thingy. We'll continue going. Yeah, much easier to get good parts on. But like in like an endgame OP10 give scenario, you know? I've seen a lot of discussion about it recently, but that one's actually pretty good. 36%, but I could do so much better. I feel like the parts on that are really bad. But I also don't care that much, but we'll continue going. 13th vessel, welcome. Oh, wait. The delay is horrible. But double pangolin Anshin, it's still got a 31%, and it's double my capacity. The recharge is bad as well. Hear me out, though. What if? Because we've got this, so the delay gets mitigated by like 40%. We've got inertia. Let's take it. Let's take it. Normal. Read only. Enable. Now let's go ahead and purchase it. Is there enemies here yet? Because if so, we could totally like... I don't think they respawn. Omen would be very difficult for TDRX in my opinion. There is the 94 sham, that is true, for gun enemies. Plus 6 life tap, plus 5 kinetic reflection. Do I have one of those? No. Probably will never use that, but I'll pick it up just in case. What was I gonna say? I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. Part of me wants to lean antagonist because, like, yes, you do get damage reduction on the blockade, but the capacity is so much higher on the antagonist. So, you know, what would you rather have, chat? Would you rather have 50% damage reduction, like a true 50% damage reduction, or just have 50% higher capacity. Because then with skills that keep your shield up more, you are having more effective capacity. I don't know. I honestly think that they are both in the same exact tier. I've seen some people be like, well, the problem with the antagonist is it can kill you, or it can slag you. Chat, have you ever unironically been slagged by your own antagonist, by the way? Because I don't know that I've ever seen that before. Yeah, it does have 50% damage resist, only against bullets. So then people will be like, well, against melee enemies. But it's like, okay, but even against melee enemies, it's just a better shield. Like if you were to take out all of the special effects of both of those, right? And it was just a matter of like stats, you just have way better stats on an antagonist every time. So, you know, it shoots out slag balls, Hell Lord, and apparently if you're point blank on an enemy and it shoots it off, it can slag you. So I've heard. I don't recall ever having that happen, or I just didn't notice it. Spotted the guy who's never used it on gauge. Bro, no. Jufi, don't. You came in here earlier with the one life slander, and now you're here again trying to slander Gage. Slander me playing Gage, okay? I think I know a thing or two about Gage, okay? And think about this. Here's genuinely the thing that I think takes it from the antagonist being the better shield. The fact that there are multiple bosses that you can literally one-shot with it. Zero can one-shot Bunker with it. If the antagonist reflects a bullet into Bunker, it can bore. And then obviously reflect kills on other bosses. You can reflect kill the dragons, Hyperius, I think Batosaurus. I could be wrong about that one. Impaler killed your peak run once during Maliwan accident. Did it actually hit you? I don't know. I feel like antagonist better than Blockade. But Blockade will be more consistent. Blockade is Axon, antagonist is Krieg. But if Krieg was better. And closer to Axon. Oh, wait, Gas. We also got a binary infection at level 67. Is that hype or what? So which one's better on gauge though, Jufi? Actually, are you talking Blockade on gauge for death trap damage reduction? Because I have used that before. True? Wait, hold on. True. And but at the same time, if you use antagonist on we can get something better. At the same time, if you were to use antagonist on gauge, then that's death trap being able to slag more things. Hold on. You're just not understanding it. You just don't understand it. Fi. 6-7. That's right, Adrian. That is absolutely right. Read it and weep, buddy. Rough Rider is awesome. If it's just down to my favorite shield, it's the Rough Rider. Okay. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like I lean antagonist, but I think the Blockade is more consistently good, but also the antagonist is... I mean, who would have guessed? This is about to be crazy. In a bullet area, I think the antagonist is better. And in a non-bullet area, I think the Blockade is better. But if I could only have one, I would choose the antagonist, especially for raid bosses. If I had to remove one from the game, I'd remove Blockade. Plus, if you're taking everything into account, the fact that you can get the antagonist so much easier than getting the Blockade, because you can just kill Pyro Pete instead of killing... what's his face? And then the antagonist can in turn be used to get more crystals. Think about that. It's literally a financial investment. As where Blockade, you're not going to use the Blockade to get more blockades, right? Likely you'll use an adaptive shield to get more blockades due to the elemental damage resistance, or a B shield even, okay? But you can directly use the antagonist to get more antagonists. And here's the great part, Adrian. In order to unlock Master Gi, you have to kill Hyperius. And how do you kill Hyperius? with the antagonist. That's right. How rare is a corrosive lead storm, bro? What did HE double hockey sticks? Accuracy shroud, Vladof grip. We'll take it. Let's check how that looks. How is accuracy shroud? Pretty accurate. Pretty accurate. You keep your crystals by using read-only. You set your game to read-only before purchasing something, and then put it in the stash, because the stash is saved amongst all characters as where your crystals are saved per character. So now I put it into the stash, and the stash is still being saved. Then I go back and I revert the save to what it was by reselecting my character. And now I will keep the crystals because my save was backed up. And yet the save, since it applies to all characters, will not properly be backed up, and it'll still be in there once it'll let me fast travel. Is there anything else we would want to farm before the next run? We could genuinely go get a new electric chair, because we have a corrosive lead storm, and then that electric chair would carry us for like a considerable amount of time. Here's what we're going to do. Hate me if you want, but we're going to just real quick go over to Helios Fallen, and we're just going to fly over there just to see if this kill even is like in any way efficient. We could get an infinity. That's actually true. Hello, Techno Turtle. Welcome. Let's just imagine that I did this. Where's it at? This is legitimate chat. This is just, we call it quality of life. You guys might not know what that means, but pretty much just means, yeah, you're just making the life a bit more high quality. Where is the room? What the flip? Oh, okay, okay, okay. It's just quality of life, bro. We've made it here before, so, you know, just quality of life. No, I just want to see if the lead storm can realistically do this, or if the damage is too low. Shinji's World, thank you so much for the follow. I genuinely appreciate that a ton. I have two ideas for this kill. One of two things. Rokars, welcome. We might be able to chain react him with this. If we can chain react him with this, that would work. But here's a strat. If you're able to get the B shield, this is genuinely like one of the better XP farms in the game, in my opinion. Shinji, thank you so much. I do appreciate that. I work hard on my content, so the fact that you guys enjoy it really does make me genuinely happy. So thank you. I appreciate that, and I appreciate you. Let's put that on double capacity, by the way. Put this on significantly higher base damage. And now you just jump in the arena and then jump back. You just gotta do it like that. And then you just have to figure out the lineup for it. You can imagine if I had a B shield, it would be a lot better. Now let's just imagine, for the sake of quality of life, oh my recoil. For the sake of quality of life, chat. I won't do that. Sorry, I won't abuse it. Nah, I'm keeping my cloud kill. It's my crutch right now. Thank you, Cake. See? See? Anyway, do this with a B shield and you genuinely don't even need 2 times speed. I mean, it's going pretty quick without a B shield. This is one of my favorite XP farms in the game, and it is a case where you do get good stuff along the way. But is it one life viable? No, technically not. And there we go. We've gone every single grenade mod from Not Saturn. We've gone every single grenade mod from Not Saturn, and yet only 2 electric chairs out of over 50 total runs against this guy. That is very cool. We're very, very lucky people. And perfectly, chat, that is just in time for us to finish up stream, because it is 4:20. It is also Taco Tuesday. 4:20 through the stream. Sorry, 4:20. Shout out. I don't smoke. Again, you guys know, but if you do, no judging. But chat, we are unfortunately, so sadly, done here today. Is there anyone doing anything cool right now? On the game Borderlands 2. Regardless of whether or not there is, I want to give a huge shout out. Thank you, all of you. Genuinely, I appreciate you all so much with all my heart. You guys just showing up to stream makes me more than happy enough, okay? It means the world to me that you guys show up, that you guys chat, and that you guys stay around and watch. It really does. If it weren't for all of you guys, I would not continue streaming. And I appreciate you a ton. Super special thank you for the gifted subs. Super special thank you for the Prime subs, the one use of a non-Prime sub, and all of the follows as well. I really do appreciate you guys so much. Antagonist also better than blocking outside of OP level because the deflected bullets can easily kill enemies. True, and especially on Maya with kinetic reflection and recompense, it goes crazy. Spow is not streaming, is he? If Spow was streaming, believe me, we would raid Spow, okay? There's Spow Aid, but not Spower Aid. But yeah, we'll probably raid Gunther. See, the thing is, we raid Gunther every time, so that's why I'm like, you know, maybe raid someone that we don't normally, you know, get out there. But at the same time, I don't know any of these other people, so I don't want to like raid them and then immediately be hit with like the N word or something, and then have it look like I'm supporting that. You just started? Okay, hold on. What the flip? Oh my gosh, Spow raid streaming. Chat. It's insane. Okay, we're about to raid our goat Spow raid. Listen, guys, nothing against Gunther. I literally raid him like 80% of the time, okay? So let's raid Spow raid. Let's raid, remember that time we raided Mapayad, chat? That was epic. All right, start raid. Thank you all for being here. I do appreciate you so much. I will be back, or I should be back on Thursday, unless something horrific happens or I just decide not to for some reason. We will go do that. And I believe I'm going to be actually hopping on Spow stream temporarily and helping him with the achievements for Tiny Tina's one-shot adventure that I need to claim and download. Again, thank you all so much, and let's get out of here. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. Love you all. Thank you. Truly, truly, truly. All right, bye-bye.